The existence of React Native makes React one of the most valuable skills to have. It's crazy that about 75% of your knowledge from learning to make websites can carry over to building mobile applications. That's exactly what I said in 2023, and it's more true now than ever before. You may not believe it, but what we do now in Next.js, we can also do in React Native too. Same file-based routing, structure, API routes, and even React server components. So, hi there, and welcome to a brand new Ultimate Crash Course, where you'll learn the foundations of React Native, the newest features it offers, and also deploy a sleek, full-stack app using it. The first part of this video is the Ultimate Crash Course on React Native. We'll start by going over the benefits of using React Native and why it has become such a popular choice for developing both iOS and Android applications. Next, we'll dive into Expo, a tool that lets us get our application up and running quickly and easily. After that, we'll cover the fundamentals of React Native. We'll discuss its different elements, how it compares to React.js as well as Next.js, code structure, file-based routing, styling, and much more. By the end of this course, you'll have a great understanding of React Native, and you'll be able to create your own apps using this powerful tool. Alongside this video, in the description below, I've also prepared the Ultimate React Native Guide that covers everything you need to know to become a fantastic developer. The guide covers the complete React Native roadmap, prerequisites, and essential React Native components and project ideas you can build and deploy to get a job. You can download the guide and use it as a reference whenever you're unsure what to do next. Of course, the guide is completely free, and once again, the link is in the description. Immediately after, I'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by teaching you how to build and deploy a complete full-stack React Native application. That's the only way to retain and expand on your knowledge. The application you'll build is called Aura, a full-stack platform to share AI-generated stock videos with a visually appealing onboarding screen, robust authentication system including both sign-in and sign-up screens, dynamic home screen showcasing the latest videos in an animated flat list with a comprehensive list of all videos with playback, pull to refresh functionality, full text search capability with a dedicated search screen, tab navigation for seamless browsing, a post creation screen where you'll learn how to upload videos and images, and a profile screen offering detailed insights into your account. This 8-screen app, for sure, has to be one of the best YouTube apps you can build with React Native. You won't need any previous React knowledge. Rather, while building this, you'll learn basic elements like view, touchable, image, flat list, scroll view, safe area view, text input and status bar, animations using Animatable, responsive design, styling using StyleSheet and Tailwind CSS, file-based and dynamic routing using nested routes and layouts, tab and stack navigation, custom hooks and fonts, video players, file pickers, professional code architecture, and a backend using Appwrite, an open source platform that lets you add auth, database, storage, and more so you can build powerful full-stack applications. Before we dive into the crash course, let's first create an account on Appwrite. In the description down below, you can find a special link that will allow you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing in this video so you won't get stuck. Click Get Started, sign in with GitHub, and that's it. Now, let's dive straight into the crash course. Before React Native, developing mobile applications for multiple platforms was hard. You had to write separate code bases for each platform, which was slow and expensive. But with React Native, you can write a single code base that works on both iOS and Android, which saves time and makes you a more efficient developer. One of the reasons React Native has become so popular is that it allows you to use native components, which results in better performance and user experience. And it's not only me who thinks that way. Big companies like Meta, Discord, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Airbnb, and even Call of Duty use React Native to build their mobile applications. It's gotten so good that you'll see only a few people fluttering these days. On top of the cross-platform compatibility and native components, the benefits of React Native are also hot reloading, which lets you see the changes you make in real time, speeding up the development process. Strong community support, ensuring that the framework continually evolves and improves. And finally, it's easy to learn. If you're familiar with JavaScript and React, you can quickly learn React Native and start developing mobile apps, which is exactly what we'll do today. In this video, we'll use Expo. You're familiar with tools like create-react-app or Vite, right? Expo is just that, only for React Native applications. It provides many tools and services that simplify development and help you build your apps more easily. One of the biggest benefits of using Expo is its simplicity. With Expo, you don't have to worry about configuring your development environment, dealing with native dependencies, or installing huge Android Studio or Xcode to get started. Expo takes care of everything, so you can focus on building your app. Expo also offers pre-built components and APIs for navigations, gestures, camera, and maps. You can write native code and compile and run it without any issues. Specifically, its over-the-air updates automatically publish new releases. So the next time somebody launches your app will have the latest JavaScript code you push. This usually requires a review from Google Play Store and Apple Store for each new update you have to bring, but not with Expo. In a nutshell, if you're new to React Native or want to develop your app quickly and easily, Expo is the way to go. It simplifies development and allows you to focus on building your app. In this video, we'll use the latest and greatest of what Expo has to offer. They've recently launched a fantastic new routing system called Expo Router. It takes a different approach to handling navigation using a file-based routing system that is simpler, more intuitive, and very similar to how Next.js handles routing. Expo is also planning to add React server components soon. This means we'll be able to do similar things that we do in Next.js, from writing API routes to writing server components. It seems like web and mobile development are going hand in hand, all thanks to Expo. It's a no-brainer why big companies like Discord, Burger King, Coinbase, and Xbox choose Expo for their products. And if you still think using React Native CLI would have been better, then you really need to think twice. Remember, with Expo, you can eject your app anytime you want and then add additional features. All right, let's jump right into the exciting stuff. We've already talked about the benefits and drawbacks of React Native and how Expo can make your life easier. Now, it's time to dive into the code and see how it works firsthand. If you worked with React.js before, you'll find that React Native uses a similar syntax. But of course, there are some differences you should be aware of. Let's explore the ins and outs of React Native code, examine how it looks and how it functions, and compare it to React.js to help you understand the similarities and differences between the two. By the end, you'll understand the React Native components and how to use them. When coding in React Native, you use JavaScript, just like in React.js. But instead of rendering HTML elements, you'll be rendering native components. So let's take a look at the basic React Native component example. We're importing two important components from the React Native library, view and text. And then we create a functional component called app that returns the view and text components wrapped inside the view component. What's interesting here is that we're using JSX syntax, which makes it easy to create and visualize our components in a more HTML-like way. Let's take a closer look at the text component. While in React, we use P or H tags for text, in React Native, we use the text component instead. It's pretty straightforward. The text component is used to display text in the app, and you can style it using the same CSS-like syntax as in React. You can set the font size, color, and weight using the style prop. React Native also offers a style sheet utility, allowing you to define styles by creating a single JavaScript object. This optimizes performance, especially in larger applications. And as Tailwind CSS is rising in popularity, Native Wind came into the picture. It allows you to write Tailwind-like styles within React Native. Isn't that crazy? It feels like we're working on a regular web app, but we're developing a mobile app. Now, let's talk about the view component. Think of it as a box or container that holds other components. It's similar to a div in HTML, but with some added functionality specific to mobile apps. The view component is often used to create layout structures for other components. It has many different props that can be used to control its appearance and behavior. One thing to note is that the view component uses Flexbox layout by default, which makes it really easy to control how its children components are laid out. So you can use Flexbox properties like flex direction, justify content, or align items to achieve the layout you want. But how can you add some interactivity to your React Native app? Well, get excited because we have some awesome components that can do just that. These components are perfect for creating buttons, links, and other interactive elements in your app. The first one on the list is touchable opacity, which is great if you want to create a button. Think of it as a cousin to the button component in React, but with even more room for customization and flexibility. The second one is touchable highlight, which allows views to respond to touch in a unique way. When touched, the component reduces the opacity of the wrapped view, revealing an underlay color. And then there's touchable without feedback, which is there if you need to create an element that is clickable, but you don't want it to have any visual feedback when pressed. It's especially useful for creating links or images that don't require any additional styling or effects. Apart from these touchable components, there's also activity indicator, which allows you to show a spinner or a loading indicator in your app. Button allows you to set properties like the title, color, and onPress function to be called when it's pressed. But if you need more advanced styling or behavior, you may find yourself using the touchable components more often since they offer greater flexibility. The next component is the flat list, which is perfect for rendering a long list of items that needs to be scrolled efficiently. It's like the map function in React, but it has extra features like optimized scroll performance and item separation. So when should you use the flat list and when should you just map over the elements in React Native? For larger lists with smooth scrolling, go for the flat list. For smaller lists, map function will do the job. Scroll view is like a magic box that can hold multiple components and views, providing a scrolling container for them. It's like having the overflow scroll property of a div in HTML, allowing us to easily navigate through a list of items or a large amount of content within our app. By using scroll view, we can make sure that the users can easily explore all the content, making the app more intuitive and user-friendly. There's also a safe area view, which provides a safe zone to render your app's content without it being covered by the device's hardware features like the notch, home indicator, or status bar. It's great for building apps that are supported on devices with different screen sizes and shapes. While the default safe area view functions as expected for most cases, it falls short for some users, making it not the optimal choice. So, I consistently use React Native safe area context to ensure content is contained within the safe area on any mobile device, preventing overlap with the notch or the bottom bar. In React Native, we can also use the image component to display images, whereas if you want to display an image as background, you can use image background. The image background is specifically designed to display images as the background of a container, allowing other components to be layered on top of it, whereas just image is primarily used for displaying standalone images. Both components can handle different image formats like PNGs, JPEGs, WebPs, and GIFs, and even GIFs if that's how you pronounce it. However, believe it or not, neither support SVGs due to native rendering limitations. Still, you can use SVGs directly within Expo by using a third-party package like React Native SVG. React Native also has many ready-made components to display a modal, which looks something like this, and an alert, which looks like a typical alert. And if you want to create a toggle in React Native, you can use a switch component. One of the components that I frequently use is the status bar. Both React Native and Expo have their own versions that allow us to control how a status bar should look like for each screen within our app. And of course, the list doesn't stop there, as there are many components that help us simplify development. But now that you know the most important ones, let's dive into the action. Let's explore Expo and React Native in more detail. I'll teach you how to set it up, what files and folders are involved, and everything else that matters. And as I've told you before, I've also prepared a completely free Ultimate React Native guide. Download it from the description down below and use it as a reference throughout this video. First, we can create a bare minimum project. Starting off from bare beginnings, we can create a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it something like React Native Crash Course, and then drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're there, open up your terminal. Update it if you need to. By the way, I'm using OhmyZSH for my terminal highlighting. And within here, we can set up our first React Native project. And as you might know, if you've been watching some other JSM videos, I always like to teach you how I would approach if I was doing this from scratch, how to read documentation, and how to truly become an exceptional engineer. So if you don't know that about JSM, you might need to subscribe and turn on that bell notification to watch more videos just like this one. With that said, we are right here within manual installation within Expo Docs. The link will be in the description. Here, we can see that the first step is to create an Expo project by running the command npx create-expo-app. So, back within our terminal, we can run npx create-expo-app, and then we can type / to create it in the current directory. It's going to ask us whether we want to install the create-expo CLI, to which we can say yes, and it's going to download and install the basis for our React Native project. While it's doing that, the next step is to install all the dependencies, and we have to do this as we're doing a manual installation. So we can say npx expo install, and then we're going to install a couple of things. Expo router, so that we include the file-based routing capabilities, React Native safe area context, as I mentioned before. This will help us make our app work on all devices with notches, bottom bars, and more. React Native screens, which will allow us to navigate through different components. Expo linking, which will enable us to allow users to navigate directly to a specific screen within an app from an external link, such as another website or another app. Finally, we have Expo constants that will give us access to a lot of the device information, such as the operating system, ID, version, and more. And then the Expo status bar, which simply provides a status bar component. So let's copy it, and then we can paste it right here within our terminal. All of these packages are necessary for smooth functioning of Expo's file-based routing system. While that is happening, we also need to set up the entry point. So for the property main, we're going to use the Expo router entry as its value in the package JSON. The initial client file is app layout.js. So let's copy this, collapse our terminal, and navigate over to package.json. By the way, what I've done just now is I've pressed Command P, and then I started typing the file name, and now by simply pressing enter, I am in the file without ever touching my mouse, opening the Explorer, and then manually navigating to it. That's just one of the many pro tips that I'll give you throughout this video. So once again, Control or Command P. With that said, we have the main right here, which we want to override. So the main will now look something like this, Expo router entry. And of course, we want to provide a comma at the end. Now that we have changed the entry point, we can use file-based routing similar to the one of Next.js. So let's go ahead and copy the contents of the app.js file by pressing Ctrl or Command A and then Ctrl or Command letter C, deleting this file and creating a new folder called app that will have a new file of _layout.jsx. And here we can paste the code that we had in the app before. This will be the starting point of our application. Returning to the docs, we need to modify our project configuration by deep linking scheme in our app config. So let's go to our app.json by navigating to it and add a scheme right here. And we can call it the name of our application, such as Aura right here. This scheme field is used to deep link Expo and the React Native applications. It's a special technique that allows your app to be opened within a specific screen directly from a URL outside of the app, such as from email, web page, or another app. And as you can see in this file, we also have a lot of other stuff, such as the name, which specifies the name that appears on the app's home screen. And also here, you can modify that to Aura, or your own preferred app name. We have the slug, which is a URL-friendly version of the app name. Once again, we can have Aura right here. We have the version, the orientation, some typical stuff. We have the icon, which you want to show, the user interface style, splash screen, a path to the assets, whether it supports tablet devices, a specific setup for iOS and Android devices, and additional plugins that you can add. For example, you can immediately see the Expo router we added before. Do you get it? It's just a file with many configurations to improve our app. We'll play with a few of these in a few minutes. We can now proceed with the next steps outlined in the docs. and compile and run our application. We can now proceed with our docs. I believe that our Babel config has been properly set up, so we can immediately run our application. Typically, it's just npx expo start, but you can also add a C flag, which will clear all the previous cache. So let's copy this command, close our files, open up the terminal, and run npx expo start-c. This command will download and execute the expo start command, which will start the Metro bundler and the JavaScript bundler that ships with Expo. And you can see a few elements right here, starting off with a large QR code and different shortcuts for various actions. For instance, to open up the app in Android Studio, you can press the shortcut A, and the same applies to iOS. Press R in the terminal to reload the screen, or press J to open up the debugger. We'll test a few of these functionalities as we start building our full stack app. And as I mentioned before, you don't need to rely on heavy tools like Android Studio or Xcode. Instead, we'll opt for the easiest method to develop in React Native, which involves using the Expo Go app on your phone regardless of your operating system. So on your phone, just go to your App Store, whether it's Google Play or App Store, and search for Expo Go. Install it and get ready to scan this QR code. If you're on Android, you can open up the Expo Go app and then scan it within it. And on iOS, you can just scan it with your native camera app. And on both operating systems, make sure that you're connected to the same network. Also, on iOS, make sure to go to the Expo Go settings app and turn on the local network. And also turn the VPN status off to not connected. This is necessary for the Expo to connect properly. So let's give it a go. I'm scanning my code and I'm gonna press open in Expo Go. And immediately, we're in. It says open up your app.js to start working on your app. So let's do exactly what it says. Navigate to our layout and let's modify this to something like Aura, our new app. And we are live. You're developing your first ever React Native application. That's amazing. So pat yourself on the back for learning how to set up React Native projects with Expo. Moving ahead, we can now create different routes by creating different files in the app folder, just like in Next.js. First, we'll move our code to a special file called index.js. So copy everything we have here and create a new file called index.jsx and paste it right here. This index file is our homepage, or in web terms, that would be a / route. And the underscore layout will be present in all of the routes. So if we were working with web, here you would do something like a navbar or a footer. So now here, let's create a starter template code. We can use a special snippet called rnfes. It's a React Native functional export component with styles. And we can rename it to root layout. And if that didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippets installed. So simply install it and give it a go. Once again, the command is rnfes and enter. And then you can rename to root layout. That makes it much simpler to do, right? Now within here, we can also center our text. So let's apply some styles to this view by saying style is equal to styles.container. And then within this style sheet.create, we can create a new container class. We can give it some styles like display is flex. Let's also give it a flex of 1. Let's give it align items equal to center, as well as a justify content equal to center as well. These properties should center the root layout, and you should be able to see it in the center of the screen. Now, to render the index.jsx on our home screen, we can modify the layout to render different screens and specify the default one. Or we can just use the slot property from Expo Router. So let's import it at the top by saying import slot coming from Expo Router. And then within this root layout, we can simply return something known as a slot. we don't even need the styles anymore. So now we can save it, and you can see Aura coming directly from our index.jsx. The slot basically just renders the current child route. Think of it like children prop in React. And this component can be wrapped with other components like this, if we were to expand it, and then wrap everything in a React fragment, like we would do in React. And then it allows you to add something like a footer, and then we can give it a header and a footer below. But as you save it, for the first time ever, we can see a render error saying that text strings must be rendered within a text component. Okay, that's a helpful error. So let's simply render a text component right here, and let's wrap header and footer right within it. There we go. It's hard to see them. They're at the top left and at the bottom left of our container. Later on, we can properly style them, but what matters most is that they're here. This is one way to implement navigation and layouts within React Native. An alternative route is to use something known as a stack of different screens. So we can import stack from Expo router, and we can remove this return. And instead of that, we can return a stack. Within the stack, we can declare each one of our individual screens. So here we can say stack.screen, which will be a self-closing component with a name equal to index and options equal to header shown set to false, as we don't need to show the header. And there we go. Now we can see our index screen. Now, say that you want to create a profile route. All we have to do is create a new file within the app, which will be called profile.jsx, run rnfes. It's going to say profile. But now, how do we navigate to it? Let's return to our index.jsx and add a link component coming from Expo by saying import link from Expo router. So right here, we have the text, we have the status bar, and then below it, we can render a link, which will say something like go to profile. And as we would on the web, we can give it an href that's going to say something like /profile and a style of color blue. It is as easy as that. A go to profile button appeared, and on your phone, you can press go to profile. And just like that, we got navigated to a second screen. How crazy is that? Just a bit of setup here and there, but now we have a complete structure and the knowledge for creating as many screens as we want within all the new React Native applications that you create. With that in mind, both Expo and React Native offer plenty of components and elements that I could go on and on about, but it would take forever. Luckily, I've got you covered. To help you understand React Native better, I've created an awesome app that covers all the fundamentals and essential features you need to learn as a beginner. So let's start building the app and put everything into practice. Now that you know how to create your React Native and Expo application and implement a couple of different screens you can navigate between, let's add some styling to our application. Sure, we have been styling using style sheets so far, but as we have routing similar to that in Next.js, we also have similar styling. And that, my friends, is Native Wind. As the name suggests, it uses Tailwind CSS as a scripting language to create universal style system for React Native. So head over to Native Wind and you'll see a little banner saying Native Wind 4.0 is coming soon. For some reason, they're jumping from V2 to V4, skipping V3, but no worries. As with everything I'm teaching you in JavaScript Mastery, what matters the most is reading the docs, not necessarily following along exactly with what I do. So if the version got updated in the meantime, that's totally okay. Just follow the docs and let's get it installed. In this case, we're going to go to Quick Start Expo, and we don't have to install our Expo app. We have already done that. Rather, we can just install Native Wind. So let's copy this command, open up our terminal, split it, and then paste the npm install Native Wind. Once that is done, we can also install a dev dependencies of Tailwind CSS. by simply pasting the command npm install save dev tailwind css. The second step is to set up tailwind css by running the command npx tailwind css init, same as we would do on the web. So let's say npx tailwind css init, which will create a new tailwind css config. Next step we have to do is copy this tailwind css config that has the content added here so that it knows within which files we're gonna implement styles. So simply copy this content part right here and replace the existing empty content. Next, we'll have to add the Babel plugin. So let's copy the plugins right here, go back to our application, and don't be fooled, we don't want to modify these plugins right here within tailwind.config.js. Rather, we want to modify the plugins within Babel config by simply adding a new plugins array. Now, that's it. We can start writing code. So we can replace the style sheet with Tailwind CSS-like class names. Let's do that by copying the class names from here, closing the existing files, and completely removing the styles and the style sheet from index.jsx, removing the style sheet import, and instead of styles, we can simply render the class name. So now if we save it, you can see that it jumps to the top. The background color also changed. It's not white, so we can see that the styles are still not getting applied. Since we modified our Babel config, we can open up our terminal and press R to restart the server. And we can also go to our tailwind.config. Within the content, we can modify our uppercase app folder to lowercase app. And it's not only one app file. We want to track all the files within the app folder. So we can say /**, meaning everything within all the folders within it, /**, which means all the files, and then dot for the all extensions. Later on, we can also modify this custom directory to say /components. There we go. So now if we go back and if we try changing the text to something like class name is equal to text-3xl, you can see that it actually applied all the changes, the text3xl, as well as all the flex properties belonging to the view. This is already looking much better. Now that we know that native wind is working, let's quickly go back to tailwind.config.js and play a bit with our theme. Rather, set up our colors and fonts so we can build our app successfully. Throughout the entire process of building our app, we'll be referring to our polished Figma design. As you can see, there are a lot of pages which we'll build. We'll have an onboarding screen, sign up and sign in screens, and also our great looking homepage. So with that in mind, as with many of our videos, you can get access to this complete Figma file for free by clicking the link down in the description, and then you can follow along and build your Tailwind theme setup. The way you would go about doing that is you can select a specific screen, like we have this one right here, and then you can see all the colors that we have. For example, this 161622, and copy it. Then back in the theme, you can say extend colors, and you can also add primary, and you can say hash and paste that color. So now every time that you refer to this color, you don't have to repeat 161622. Rather, you can say text primary. We'll also use a couple of other colors and font families within this video. So in the README down below, you can copy the final Tailwind config and paste it here. As you can see, there's basically 10 colors. And then we're also mentioning some font families to make our text look better. Now that we have these font families, we have to manually import all of them. So in the description down below, you'll also be able to find a complete assets folder. So let's remove the existing assets folder, download and unzip the one from the description, and then simply paste it right here in the root of your directory. You'll be able to see that we have a lot of fonts, icons, images, and more. And to make our life importing those assets a bit easier, I have also created a constants folder, which you can find somewhere near the assets. You can also download it, unzip it, and paste it right here. If you check it out, this will simply import all of the files from the assets and then export them so we can import them in an easier manner. With that in mind, we have to put those fonts to use. So we can go to Layout, Within the layout, we'll have to load all of those fonts in. That's a bit different from what we do in Next.js, but it's not that hard. We can use the special hook by importing it first, called use fonts, coming from expo font. Once we have it, we can use it as we would use any typical hook by saying const fonts loaded is the first parameter, and then the error, if they don't load correctly, is the second one. And we can call it by using the use fonts and passing in an object of all of the fonts that we want to use. The way it works is you first give it a string where you specify the name of the font, such as Poppins Black, and then you require the link to where that font is saved. For example, /assets /fonts /poppins-black.ttf. And we have to repeat this for every font that we use. And you also have to make sure that you spell it correctly. The B in the black right here is capitalized. So make sure to do it like that. And just to save you all the trouble of writing it out and making a couple of typos along the way, this complete fonts loaded will be in the README down below. So simply copy it and override it here. As you can see, we're basically just loading in the fonts. Now, the next thing we can do is introduce a use effect. We already know what a use effect is for, right? It allows us to perform some actions while the page, or in this case, the screen, is loading. So let's create a new use effect hook, provided a callback function, and a dependency array. And within that dependency array, we can say fonts loaded, meaning recall this function whenever fonts loaded change or whenever there's an error. And then we can say if there's an error, then throw that error. And if fonts loaded, then we want to call something known as a splash screen. And this splash screen is coming from Expo router. So let's import it right here, splash screen. And there's a special method on the splash screen called hide async, which looks like this. If you hover over it, it's going to give you more information. It basically hides the native splash screen immediately. But before you use it, ensure that your app has all the content ready to display when you hide the splash screen, or you're going to see a blank screen instead. But if our fonts are loaded, we should be good to go. Next, if for some reason our fonts haven't loaded yet, so if no fonts loaded, then we can return null, meaning we won't show anything. And we can also add and there's no error. So if the fonts haven't loaded and there's no error, something must have gotten wrong, so we're going to return null. And we also have to import useEffect from React. So if we do that, we should be good to go. Also, at the top, we can add a special directive, also by using a splash screen, called splash screen dot prevent auto hide async. This will prevent the splash screen from auto hiding before asset loading is complete. So now that we have loaded our fonts, let's navigate over to our index and let's try to use it within our Aura app. We can do that by saying font dash, and automatically you can see how Tailwind CSS IntelliSense gives us different options that we can choose, such as P, let's do maybe P black, and save it. And automatically you can see how our app just gets a lot more character. And it will look much, much better once we implement this entire phenomenal design and all of the other screens that are prepared for you. So now that we know how to spin up a React Native application, we know how to do routing, and we have styles and fonts set up, we can actually create the file and folder structure of our application. We can do that by first creating a new folder, which will be within parentheses, and we will call it auth, like this. Once again, this is the same as within Next.js. If you put a folder within parentheses, it's considered a route group, allowing you to add additional pages or screens within it with a special layout. So within this auth, we can also create a new _layout.jsx file. And within it, we can run rnfe, which is a React Native functional export component like this. We can rename it to something like auth layout, so it makes more sense. Now, what is the reason why we're going to create a separate layout for the auth? Well, if you think about it, only the auth screens and the onboarding won't have those tabs at the bottom, the navigation, right? If you see all the home screens right here, they have the home, create, profile, and so on, but our auth screens don't have that, which is exactly why we're going to use a separate layout. Now that we have the layout for our auth routes, let's go ahead and create them. The first auth route will be signin.jsx. And we can also run rnfe and simply put it right here and rename it to sign in. And did I say route? I meant screen. We're creating screens here. So let's create a sign-up.jsx screen as well and run rnfe and rename it to sign up. There we go. So now our routes for the auth are good. And we also have to do a second route group, also within parentheses, called tabs. Within tabs, we're going to create a new custom layout.jsx where we can run rnfe and rename it to tabs layout. Soon enough, we'll implement that bottom bar that allows us to switch between all the pages within the tabs folder. And which pages are those, or which screens should I say? The first one is the bookmark.jsx, where we can also run rnfe and rename it to bookmark with a capital B. And keep in mind, we're just creating the structure right now to make our life easier later on. Then we're going to create a create.jsx, where we can also run rnfe. This will be to create and add videos to our platform. We can create a home.jsx and run rnfe. And finally, we can create a profile. And finally, the profile will also be under the tabs category, so we can pull the profile we have created before into the tabs folder. Finally, we'll have one more page, which will be within its own folder called search. And here, we're going to use another concept coming directly from Next.js. It's called a dynamic route. So let's create a new file and put it within square brackets and call it query.jsx. This will allow us to rename the page or get the query information for the specific search our user is trying to do. There, we can also run rnfe and rename it to search. Great. Now, the majority of our file and folder structure has been set up, but we have no way of navigating between those routes. So let's go to tabs and tab into the layout. Here, we'll create this bottom part. That will allow us then to navigate between all of the other pages within our app. So to see this tabs layout, which we'll create soon, we can navigate to our index.jsx and modify this link that navigates to profile and make it go to something like home. So we can say go to home. And now if we click on it, you can see that now we have the tabs right here, tabs folder, and the tabs layout, which means that we are ready to start creating our tabs. So to get started, let's import tabs from Expo Router by saying import tabs, and we'll also use redirect later on from expo-router. We can then create just an empty React fragment with which we'll wrap everything and then render the tabs component like so. Within the tabs component, we'll also have a tabs.screen component, which will be self-closing. And to it, we can give a property of name is equal to home. And immediately, you can see that we have 4 different things at the bottom: home, create, profile, and bookmark. And these are the exact files that we have created. This is pretty cool, right? But right now, they're just upside down triangles. What we can do is, of course, modify them a bit. So I'm going to give it some additional options, which is an object that has a title of uppercase home like this. We can also choose whether a header is shown on that route. So we can say false in this case. And we can modify the tab bar icon, which will be a callback function inside of which we can destructure the color and the focus state and return the icon that we want to show. Make sure to use just parentheses here and not open a function block. Within here, we can return a tab icon, which is a new component which we'll create. So right here, let's say const tab icon is a React functional component that returns, well, for now, we can return just a view. View is like a div. We'll use it quite often. And within that view, we can render an image. And this image will come directly from React Native. Once again, very similar to Next.js if you're used to that. This image will accept a source, which we can pass into the tab icon functional component. So we can destructure some things like the icon, the color, the name, and the focus state. That way, we now know what we need to pass. So right here below, we can render the tab icon, self-closing, and to it, pass the icon. And now we need to import the icons we have created before within our constants. So we can say import icons coming from // constants. And if we scroll down, we can now use the icons.home. This is the home icon specifically. We also have the color coming directly from the callback function. We have the name equal to home, and we have the focus state, which we'll simply pass over. Focused is equal to focused. This should give us everything we need to now start rendering our tab icon, which needs its image. So let's simply render the icon as the source of that image. And already you can see a huge home icon at the bottom. Let's style it a bit by using the resize mode equal to contain. This is a bit different, but of course we can just read the docs of React Native image and understand which props does it accept. Tint color is another property to which we can pass the color coming from props, and the class name using native wind, not tailwind, of W-6 and H-6 as well. And now we have a beautiful looking home icon at the bottom. Right below the image, we can also render the text, and that text will render the name. Now we can see two different names right here. So let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to, and we want to modify the state depending on whether it's focused or not. So I'm going to open a dynamic template string and say if it's focused, then apply a font of P semi-bold, and P stands for Poppins, which is the name of the font. Else apply a font of P regular, like this. I was almost about to say pregular, but no, it's Poppins regular. So then we can do a text-XS right here to make it smaller. But now we can see the home 2 times. So we need to modify our options in the tab screen a bit more. And we can do that by modifying the tabs in general. So right here, we can pass additional screen options equal to an object where we can say tab bar show label will be set to false. And now we have only our specific label that we chose. Also, I can see it's not centered properly. So let's go into this view and give it a class name of items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 2 to create some space. There we go. That's better. Next, let's just copy this tab screen and duplicate it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And that way we can make it work for all of the other icons or screens by changing the name to bookmark, changing the title to bookmark with a capital B. We can also change the icon to icons.bookmark and change the name to bookmark. You get the idea, right? If we save it, you're going to get an error because we still have some duplicate screens. So before we can see anything, we'll have to modify all of them. And I do believe that my bookmark was supposed to be a second screen, so I'm just going to copy it and move it over to the second place right here after the home. So we have home, we have bookmark, and the third one on our list is going to be create, allowing us to add new videos to the platform. So name create, title create, icons dot plus, and name is going to be create. And the last one of our tab screen will be profile. So the name is profile, title is profile, icons.profile, and name is profile. If we save it, the error is gone. We can re-navigate to the homepage, and you can see 4 of these beautiful tabs at the bottom, which, if you click on them, will navigate to different pages. This is great. They change the focus state, and if you pay close attention at the top, you can see that the text within the screen changes. This is great. So simple and so similar to what we're used to. Let's also apply some additional class names to tabs in general by modifying the screen options and giving it a tab bar active tint color, which we can put something like, let's do hash FFA001. This one matches our theme a bit more. We can also do a tab bar inactive tint color, and we can make it something like hash CDCDE0. We can also modify the tab bar style, which is an object, or we can change the background color to something like hash 161622, which, if you remember, is our primary color. And yes, even though it is in the Tailwind config, and we can use it just as a color primary, we're here within an object passing to the screen options, so we still have to type it out manually just in this case. We also can set up the border top width to something like 1. I found that to work the best. And also border top color to something like hash 232533, and set the height to something like 84 pixels. And now we have this modern looking dark tabs bar, but we cannot see the name of our tabs. And that's because we have to go to our text and add a special property of style. Color is set to the color that we're passing from the props. In this case, that'll be white. So now you can see this beautiful home, bookmark, create, and so on, and we can nicely navigate between them. And it's not just about changing the color in the tabs bar. It's about actually navigating to different screens of our application, which soon enough will look exactly like it looks right now on Figma. This is a beautiful onboarding design, and I think I like this onboarding screen the most. It is visually the most pleasing. So let's get started with that, as it's our first screen anyway. And of course, this screen just looks good, doesn't yet implement any functionality, but as you know, you're building a full stack application. So after we're done with creating the onboarding screen, after you kind of feel a bit more comfortable working within a React Native, mobile native environment, you'll be able to dive into the sign up and sign in screens, where we'll immediately start implementing the logic. So let's get started with the onboarding screen. You can see our designer here has pulled out specific assets that we can use within the application. I have already provided these to you within the assets, but in case you're wondering how we can use them and how we can download them yourself, you can just select them and then scroll down and click export. That way you'll have those assets. Also, you can see that our great designer has also provided us with different colors to implement the gradient looking button. With that said, let's start working on our onboarding screen, which is our index.jsx. And you can navigate to it on your phone by simply clicking the index on top left, or this is crazy, you can use your device's native capabilities. Like on iOS, you can swipe from the left side of the screen, and that will also perform the same action. That's crazy. I mean, the power you get with developing in React Native is so good because you can develop native mobile applications with native functionalities for both Android and iOS while writing code that looks and feels like React and Next.js. I think you can see my enthusiasm, and I hope you share it with me while you're learning how to develop React Native applications. With that said, let's not use the view right here. Rather, let's use something that you learned about in the crash course part of this course, and that is safe area view. Whenever you have kind of the most outside view, that should be a safe area view because it ensures that our content is visible on all different devices. And of course, we have to import it at the top by saying import safe area view, and it's gonna come from a package react-native-safe area context like this. It will simply ensure that our content doesn't overlap with a status bar, a bottom bar, or anything like that, both on iOS, Android, and all other types of devices. Let's give it a class name equal to bgPrimary and h-full for full height, and that will immediately turn our device black. Next, we can wrap everything. Within the safe area view, we're gonna also render a scroll view. This is coming directly from React Native, and we can give it a content container style equal to height of 100%. So the whole screen should be scrollable. The reason why we implement this is because the height of our content might be larger than what some smaller devices support. So they might need to be able to scroll up and down to see it fully. Now that we have the scroll view, we can implement the view within it, like a div, and give it some class names, such as w-full for full width, justify-center, items-center, h-full for full height, and padding x of 4 for some padding horizontal. This is just to center everything in the middle of the screen. Next, we can render an image, also coming from React Native. We already know what kind of properties does it have, like source, equal to, and we once again have to import the images at the top by saying import images from /constants. And we can now use the images.logo. And of course, you have to spell constants properly. There we go. Aura at the top. This looks great. Let's also give it a class name equal to w-130 pixels and h-84 pixels, which makes it look bad, but we can give it a resize mode equal to contain, which will contain it within those width and height, essentially making it a bit smaller. Right below this image, we'll render a second image, which will also be self-closing with a source equal to images.cards. It will have a class name equal to max-w-380 pixels, w-full, and h-about 300 pixels. Also, let me fix this typo right here. And don't forget, we also have to give it a resize mode equal to contain. If we save it, this is looking much closer to what we have on the final design. But of course, now is the time that we add a couple of text elements and the button. So let's create a view for that. Still within the same view below the image, we can create a new view with a class name equal to relative margin top of 5 and give it our first text element with a class name equal to text-3XL to make it very big, text-white, and font-bold, as well as text-center to center it in the middle of the screen. Here, we can say something like, discover endless possibilities with, and then within it, we can render another piece of text. It's like having a span within a p tag that will say Aura, which is our app name, and we can give it a special class name of text-secondary-200. And this is the first time we're using one of our special theme colors we have added within our Tailwind config. There we go. That's looking good. Let's also create a space right here to divide aura from width. That's looking much better. And you see how this aura in the design has this special underline? Well, let's add that. Moving below both of the texts, we can create a new image, which will have a source equal to images.path with a class name equal to w-136 pixels. I found that value to work the best, and h-15 pixels for the height. We're going to also make it absolute, as we need to absolutely position it below that aura text, and give it a -bottom-2 and -right-8 to position it just right. Let's also give it a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. That's much better. Now we can go below the image and below the view and render another piece of text that will say something like where creativity meets innovation. And no, this was not created by ChatGPT. I thought of this myself, for sure. Embark on a journey of limitless exploration with Aura. I mean, who wouldn't use the app once you read this text? Let's give it some class names, such as text-sm, font-pregular, which is P regular, text-gray-100, so we can actually see it, margin top of 7 to divide it a bit from the top, and text-center to center it vertically. This is looking great. And finally, let's create our first custom component of the day, which is going to be our button. So to do that, we go to our File Explorer and create a new folder called Components. Within Components, we can create a new file called custom button.jsx. And there we can run rnfe to quickly spin up our custom button. And now that we have our custom button, we can go back to our index.jsx. Right below the text, we can start typing custom button and automatically import it from components. If we save it, you won't be able to see anything. That's because it's showing dark text on dark background. But this is our sign to dive into the custom button and start implementing it. First things first, it's not technically a button. It's something known as a touchable opacity, as we have learned before, but now you get a chance to put your skills to the test, to actually use what you learned in a real app. So let's import the touchable opacity coming from React Native, and instead of wrapping everything with a view, let's wrap it with a touchable opacity component. And don't forget to import the text, we'll still need it. We still cannot see anything, so let's give it some classes. I'm gonna say class name is equal to, and I'm gonna make it a dynamic template string of bg secondary. There we go, that's already better, at least we can see something. We can make it a rounded -xl, which will round the corners, and give it a min-h of 62 pixels for the height. We can also make it justify center and items center, and this is already looking a bit better. Let's style the text element within it by giving it a class name equal to text-primary, font-p semi-bold, text-lg to make it a bit larger, and within it, we can render whatever we want to say. So what we can do is pass some special props to our custom button to truly make it a custom reusable component. We can pass some props like the title, because every time we use this custom button, we don't want it to say custom button. We want it to say something like continue with email in this case. We can also pass a handle press, not handle click, handle press in this case, which will be a callback function. For now, we can leave it empty. And we can also pass container styles, which are some additional styles we can pass, such as W full and margin top of 7. So if we go back, let's put all of these props to use by first destructuring them. We can destructure the title, the handle press, the container styles, and in some cases, we might also have text styles as well as is loading property. We'll have it when submitting the video. So now we can expand our touchable opacity, and we can also give it the on press handler, which will be equal to handle press, which we're passing as a prop. We can also modify the active opacity to something like 0.7, I think looks best. This is the opacity of the button once you press it. And we can apply the container styles right within our other styles, which will make it fit the full width of the screen. And if is loading, we can apply the opacity of 50 to make it seem like you cannot click it. That's going to look something like this. And also, we can give it a disabled state if we're loading, which is not happening right now, so it looks good. Next, let's also make this dynamic template string the class names for the text element, which is going to look something like this if we properly close it. And we can also use the text styles right here if we're passing any. And most importantly, we can make this text render the title, which is coming dynamically from the index page where we're calling this custom component. And there we have it. We have our button. The last thing we need below the scroll view will be a component called status bar. It's a self-closing component, which we can import from expo status bar right at the top. And it will have a background color of #161622 and a style of light. Do you see what happened when I added that? Let me comment it out and bring it back. Basically, since our app is in dark mode, it also darkened the status bar and gave it a style of light. So now you can see your battery percentage, clock, and all the other stuff at the top as well. This is very useful in case you want to show it or hide it within your application. One thing that I've noticed recently is that some apps purposefully show it because they want you to have all that information, but some apps sneakily hide it, so you get lost in time and spend more time on the app. I noticed that TikTok actually hides all the information and shows you just the videos, so you lose the sense of time and you keep scrolling. But now you see the other side of that and you learn how to implement it so that potentially you can trap your users within the app, or you can be good in them and give them all the information they need. In this case, we'll be the good guys. With that in mind, the last thing we need to do to finalize our onboarding is actually provide our users with a way to exit it, meaning to go to the next screen. So for the first time, we're going to use the router. Right at the top, coming from Expo router, we can import two things: the redirect component, as well as the router itself. In this case, we don't have to declare it as a hook. Rather, the only thing we have to say is router.push. And we're pushing to /sign-in, as that's the next component we want to work on. And believe it or not, that's it for our onboarding screen. Now, there's just one small thing I noticed, and that is that back here in our view, instead of age full, we can give it age dash and then about 85 VH. This will actually help us center the content in the middle of the screen, and we can even make it min-h. So this is going to be the min height of the screen, and now it's nicely centered. With that done, I want you to take your phone in your hand and admire what you have done. Like, you can even move your thumb up and down and you'll see it will nicely scroll. You can kind of hover over the button to see how the touchable opacity changes, and you get all of the powers of developing native mobile application with a code that, let's be honest, feels like you're writing a web app. With that in mind, this looks great to me. Let's just continue with our email and let's start implementing our auth layout and then both of our sign in and sign up screens. Phenomenal work so far. Let's close all of the currently open files and navigate over to app, auth, and then the layout. Here within the layout, we can return just an empty React fragment, and we can then render a stack. Of course, this stack has to be imported from expo router. So let's get stack coming from expo router. And you know that we first wrap everything in a stack. And then within it, we can render multiple stack.screens, which are self-closing components. The first one in this case being the one with the name equal to sign in. And it will also have options equal to header shown, which will be set to false. And we can also just duplicate this entire screen stack right below and just change the name to sign up. There we go. So now we have the sign in screen, which we're on. And we can also show that same status bar that we rendered not that long ago, right here, by saying status bar coming from React Native. And it will have a background color of #161,622 and a style equal to light. And don't forget, there are two types of status bars. In this case, we don't want to use the one coming from React Native. Rather, we want to import the one coming from expo status bar. And now that we have our layout, we can dive right into the sign in screen. Right within here, we can wrap everything in a safe area view, which is coming from React Native safe area context. Right here, we can give it a class name equal to bg primary and age full for full height. And now we have a dark screen. Within it, we can show a scroll view, so we can scroll through it, and then have a regular view as well. Of course, the scroll view has to be imported from React Native, and we'll have to navigate back to our sign in every time. Let's also give this view a class name, w-full, justify-center, h-full, padding x of 4, and margin y of 6. And remember that last thing that we had? We didn't want to do h full, rather we've done min-h 85vh, because this will actually center it. Now, let's not forget to import images, as we'll use them right now, by saying import images from // constants. And we can start using our first image right here by using a self-closing image tag, which we need to import from React Native, and give it a source equal to images.logo with a resize mode equal to contain. And we can also give it a class name equal to w-115 pixels and h- about 35 pixels. There we go. Below this image, let's also render a text element that will say something like log into Aura, like this. And we can also give it a class name equal to text-2xl to make it a bit larger, text-white, text-semi-bold, margin top of 10, and font-p semi-bold. And this does seem to be a bit too much down on the screen, so I might want to return this to h-full to see how that will look like. Yeah, I think this is better for now. We can easily change it later on. Now, we're going to dive into creating a second custom component of the day, and it's going to be a very important one. It's going to be a custom form field or an input. So let's go to components and create a new form field.jsx component where we can run rnfe to create a basic form field component. And we're going to start by giving this view a class name equal to space-y-2, which will create some spacing between the elements. Right within it, we can also have a text element that will simply say what kind of a form field this is. So let's give it a class name equal to text-base, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. And now we can go back to sign in, and we can render our first form field coming from components form field. You can see it right here, at least its label. To this form field, we can pass a couple of different props, so let's immediately expand it. And let's give it a prop of title, which will be email, a value which needs to correspond to an actual form value. So while we're here, what do you say that we immediately create a new use state field? By saying use state snippet, we can call it something like form and set form at the start equal to an object with an email property of an empty string and a password property as well of an empty string. So now we can set the value of this form field to be form.email. As simple as that. Next, we need to also pass the handle change text so we know how we can modify it. And this will be a callback function that accepts the event and calls the setForm setter, where we destructure the existing form values and then modify the email to be equal to the event that we're passing. We can also pass some additional styles, like other styles, to this, such as margin top of 7. And we can also pass the keyboard type, which in this case will be email address. And in the other case, it can be a password. This is useful for autofilling information such as emails, names, and so on. Now we can also duplicate this right below and modify it to match what we need for a password. So the title will be password. The value will be form.password. And here we can modify the password property. And we don't need the keyboard type. And of course, don't forget to import useState from React. Once we do that, we can go back to our screen and we can see two different form fields. So let's get back into the form field and let's accept all of these props. Things such as a title, value. Sometimes we might also want to have a placeholder, handle, change, text, and other styles. And we can also spread out all of the other props that we might have here as well. And now we can use them. First of all, we can add the other styles right here to our view in case we want to further modify the styles for each specific element. So we can simply render the other styles here. This will space them out, as you can see on the screen. Then, instead of saying form field, we can render the actual title. That will look something like this, email password. And finally, we can start creating the view for the text input by saying view, and we can give it a class name equal to w-full h-16 padding x of 4, bg black 100. And I know you can barely see it, so just so it's easier to see, at the start, I'm gonna add something like a border of 2 and border of red 500. That way you can see what we're working on. After BG black, I'm also gonna give it a rounded -2XL, so it's gonna be a bit more rounded. On focus, I'm gonna give it a border -secondary. So later on, once you tap it, it will turn orange. And we can also give it items-center. Now that you know what we're working on, I can change this border from red 500 to black 200. That will be a bit less in your face. That's good. Right within it, we can render a text input element, which we can import from React Native. It's going to be a self-closing property. And to it, we can pass a class name equal to flex1, text-white, font-p semi-bold, and text-base. We can pass it the value equal to value, a placeholder equal to placeholder, a placeholder text color equal to hash 7b7b 8b, an onChange text property equal to handle change text, and then we can have a special property of secure text entry. So if it is a password, then we want to hide what you're typing. So what we can do is create a new useState field called showPassword, useState snippet, showPassword, set showPassword, at the start set to false. And then secure text entry can be equal to if title is triple equal to password, and if not show password, then it will be hidden. It will be secure text entry, else we will show it. And of course, we also have to import use state. If you go back here, that looks good. And now, if you tap somewhere in the middle of the input, I think you should be able to trigger your keyboard right here, as you can see it on my screen, similar for the password. We're going to improve these inputs later on, but you should be able to trigger it by pressing it in the middle. Next, let's implement that feature to show or hide the password. So right here below the input, we can say if title is triple equal to password, then show the following thing, a touchable opacity. We learned what that is. That is basically a button. And on press, it will call a callback function where it will set show password to be the previous value of show password. So basically, it will toggle it on or off. And we can also render a self-closing image right here coming from React Native. So we have to import some images from the top by saying import images from / constants, and then we can give it a source equal to, if not show password, then it's going to be icons.i, else it will be icons.i hide. And I noticed that I should have imported icons, not images. There we go, coming from constants. So now we can see this huge I in the middle. Let's also style it a bit by giving it a class name of W-6 and H-6 and a resize mode equal to contain. Okay, but it's kind of still somewhere in the middle there. So definitely something's wrong with our classes. I think I need to make this view a flex row like this. That's going to put the I at the end. And now you can trigger both of these inputs. But if you start typing at the second one, like ASD, you can now show or hide it. This works perfectly. So with that in mind, you now have a great looking Aura screen. You can also go back and we have our inputs. So let's exit the form field and let's finalize the login screen. We can do that by bringing back our button component by calling a custom button, self-closing, and we have to import it at the top. So we can say something like import custom button coming from // components / form field. And I notice that I don't have to make it curly brace. It has to be imported like this, as it's the only default export. So now that we have this button, let's pass it some props, like a title equal to sign in. Let's pass it a handle press equal to, well, this is a very important function. Here, we will actually submit our form. So we can create a new function, conSubmit is equal to an arrow function that looks like this. And then we can call that submit right here on the handle press. Let's also pass it container styles of margin top of 7 to divide it a bit. And then since this action will take some time, we can also create a loading state right at the top. The loading state we can create by saying use state snippet, and I'm going to call it is submitting, set is submitting, at the start set to false. And then we can simply say is loading will be equal to is submitting. There we go. But why is this button acting like an input? Looks like I have done a wrong import. The custom button should be coming from the custom button file. There we go. That's much better. And also below this button, we can add a couple of pieces of text, something like view that will wrap those texts with a class name equal to justify-center, padding top of 5, flex of row, and gap of 2. And then it will have two children elements. The first one will be a text that will say, don't have an account. I mean, seriously. and it will have a class name equal to text-lg, text-gray-100, and font-p regular. There we go. What happens if you don't have an account? Well, let's render a link component, which we of course have to import from Expo router by saying import link from Expo router. And now we can just make it say something like, let's do sign up. And of course, every link needs an href, so we can make this one point to sign-up and give it a class name equal to text-lg, font-p semi-bold, and text-secondary so we can actually see it. There we go. Don't have an account, sign up, and this now actually points to the sign up screen. That is great. Let's also remove this ugly top bar, which says index and auth, and doesn't work with our dark theme at all. We also have to modify the layout for the entire route group. So let's duplicate this layout right here, name it, in parentheses, auth, and then we simply say header shown false. So now it hides it as well, and we see this beautiful bar at the top, and the content slides just a bit. We do want to center it, which we'll do soon, but at least now we have a full dark mode. Let's also repeat this for tabs, and we can also repeat it for /search /query like this. So now we're hiding the search bar everywhere. We do get a warning here, so for now I will simply comment this one out, and we're going to implement it later. With that said, let's go back to sign in, and now that we have hidden it, now it might make sense to turn this from hfull to min-h-85vh, as that's going to push it down a bit. I think this is approximately centered, but of course you can play around with it and modify it as you like. Great. With that said, our login screen has now been implemented. We can actually type stuff in, and we can also type the password and even show and hide it. That's great. The sign in doesn't do anything as we didn't yet submit it, but we do have the sign up screen right here, which for now is completely empty. So what do you say that for the sign up screen, we simply copy everything we have right here in the sign in and simply paste it within the sign up. Of course, you have to modify the export sign up and also the name of the component right here to sign up. And now it seems like a sign in, but with only a few modifications, we're going to immediately make it a sign up. Those modifications include adding a username right here at the top, as when you're registering, we also have to know your username. Then, instead of login, we're going to say something like sign up to Aura, and we're going to duplicate the email field to add new one on top of it. This time, we will say something like username, form.username. Here, we'll change the username text and add a bit of a larger margin top of 10, and also remove the keyboard type as it's not an email. And with that said, we have a beautiful sign up screen. Besides one small tweak, right at the bottom, instead of don't have an account, we can say something like have an account already. Well, what you're waiting for, right? Go ahead and sign in and modify the href to sign in. So now we have beautiful navigation from sign up to sign in, and we can go back and forth from onboarding, sign in, sign up, and more. You, my friend, have successfully completed the first 3 screens of your React Native application. With that in mind, I think you're ready to start adding some logic to our app. Let's make these sign in and sign up screens not be just pretty canvases. Let's make them actually do the work so we can sign our users up to the application. And believe it or not, your first React Native application will also be a full stack application. We'll be using Appwrite to add auth, databases, functions, and storage to your application. So that way you will be able to have users, which can then upload videos to your platform. How cool is that? So if you haven't done that at the start, Click the link down in the description so you can follow along with the video and what I'm doing. Sign up or sign in, and then go to the console. Finally, we can start adding logic to our React Native application, starting with authentication. First things first, let's create a new project. Let's name it something like JSM underscore, and then you can either put your app name or something like React Native Crash Course. I'll use that one and I'll let you guys choose the names. I'll click next, and here you can choose a deployment region for your project. I'll choose the first one since I'm based in Europe, but you can choose something else as well based on your location, and I'm gonna click create. There we go. Our React Native Crash Course project has been created. So we are greeted with this nice getting started guide. Right now, you can choose between Apple or Android. Either one is okay, but soon enough, Appwrite will add another thing, such as Expo, signifying that it's cross-platform. In this case, I'll proceed with Apple. We can choose our app name. I'm gonna type Aura. Under bundle ID, you can use whatever you prefer. We can follow their example and then do something like com.jsm. and then the app name. So I'm gonna say com.jsm.aura. In your case, you'll most likely have to choose a different name, which is totally okay. But what's important is that whatever you choose here, copy it, write it down somewhere, because we'll need to use it later on. With that said, click next and click skip optional steps. The steps are the same for Android devices as well. You can skip the optional steps, and then you'll be redirected to your dashboard. Let's quickly go back to our code and go to app.json. Here, if you scroll down under iOS or under Android, whatever operating system you want to work on, you can add a new property called package. Make sure to put it within double quoted strings and type out exactly what you typed out as your bundle ID. In my case, it was com.jsm.aura, and that's it. You can put it under iOS or Android, depending on what you want to do. Next, let's copy the project ID right here from the dashboard, and then create a new folder in the root of our directory called lib, as in library. And within it, create a new file called appwrite.js. Within here, we can create and export a new Appwrite config object, which will look something like this. The first thing we can add will be the endpoint. So we can say endpoint is equal to https://cloud.appwrite.io/v1. This is their hosted version of the platform, but Appwrite is completely open source and allows self-hosting as well. So in case you want to do that, you can. In this case, we'll proceed with their cloud version. The second thing we can add is the platform. And here you can type the bundle ID that you chose before. In my case, that's going to be com.jsm.aura. The next thing is the project ID, which is the one that you just copied from your dashboard. Next, let's check out Auth. Here, we can create users manually, but rather than creating users manually, we'll connect this to our application and then create it using our great sign in and sign up forms we created not that long ago. There are multiple options for doing authentication here. We have phone, magic URLs, anonymous, JWTs, and a lot of OAuth providers. Basically anything you can imagine. In this case, we'll simply be using email and password. Next, let's look into databases. Here, we can create our own database. So let's do that by choosing a name. I'm going to do something like JSM_Aura and click create. It has been created and we've been given the ID of the database. So let's copy it, and back right here, we can say database ID, and we can paste that ID we just copied. Next, let's create our first collection. It'll be for our users. We can call it users and click create. We also get an ID of the collection, so let's copy it and let's paste it right below. That's going to be user collection ID, and we can paste the ID right below. Next, we can go back to all collections and create a second and last collection we'll have for this application, which is going to be called videos. And we can click create. And we can copy the ID and paste it below by saying video collection ID. First, let's go back to the users collection and add the attributes our users need. So let's create our first attribute. It'll be of a type string. The attribute key is username. Size is something like 2200, just so we have enough space. But of course, you can go much smaller as usernames aren't typically that long. We can make it required, and we can click create. Let's go for another one. It's going to be of a type email, which you can get right here. Its name will also be email, and it will be required. Next one will be of a type URL, and it'll be called avatar, and it will also be required. Finally, we can have a string of a type account ID with a size of about 2200, just so we don't hit the limit, and also required. And then we can head over to settings, scroll down, and add a new role under permissions. We're going to add any and turn on all CRUD operations. That way, all users can perform all CRUD operations. Now, let's modify the attributes for our videos collection. Go to attributes and create our first attribute of a type string with the attribute key of title, 2200 as the size, and make it required. The second attribute will be of a type URL, and its attribute key will be thumbnail. It will also be required. The third one will also be of a type string, and it will be the prompt that you use to create that video. This is a special feature of our application where people can type in the prompt that they use to generate that video, as you can think of it as a social platform for sharing AI-generated videos. And we're going to make this a bit longer, like 5,000 characters, and make it required. Next, we need the actual video. So that will be a URL type with the attribute key of video, and it will be required. And finally, we need a very important attribute of a type relationship. So we need to create a one-way relationship with a related collection of users. The relation will be many to one, which basically means that one user or one, let's call it a creator right here under the attribute key, can create many videos. And we can also see that right here. Videos can contain one creator, and then creator can belong to many videos. On deleting a document, we can set document to null and click create. Finally, we can go to settings and also enable permissions. We'll give permissions to all users, and we're going to give it all CRUD operations and click update. Great. So now we have successfully created our Appwrite project. Auth is set up by default. We have set up the database right here with 2 different collections that now have their own attributes. And finally, we can move on to creating storage. So let's create a bucket. Let's give it a bucket name of something like files and click create. As before, we can immediately copy the ID of the bucket, and we can add it right here at the bottom by saying storage ID is equal to the ID that we just copied. Finally, we can go under settings, permissions, and we can make all of our users do anything they want by giving them all the permissions. And if you click update, you'll get a quick alert saying that the maximum file size you're trying to set is above the limit. So scrolling down, we can change this over to 50 megabytes, which is allowed within the free plan. That way you can update this first and then make it just 50 megabytes. That's good. And now we can also add a second role of all guests and give guests only read permissions and click update. So now the logged in users have full permissions and guests have only read permissions. And we have also set up our maximum file size. Now let's also allow for specific extensions: JPEG, PNG, GIF or GIF, and MP4. And click Update. That's it. Our bucket permissions and settings have been updated. All the IDs and all the information that we need to hook up to our Appwrite cloud are now here, and we are ready to start connecting to our Appwrite client, which will allow us to create users, upload videos, make relations between them, and upload files to our storage. Exciting stuff ahead. So let's get started with setting up our Appwrite within the code so we can focus on what we wanted to do not that long ago, and that is implement logic for our complete authentication. Now, Appwrite provides a couple of SDK libraries for major programming languages and platforms. In this case, we'll be using a client library for React Native SDK. It's currently in beta, but I went ahead and tested it thoroughly, and everything was working properly, so it's safe to use. Let's go to the GitHub page of that SDK. The link for that will be in the description. And while we're here, we can also give it a star. We can share some love for this developer creating the mobile SDK, as they don't have a lot of stars right now, as it's currently in beta. And we can scroll down to go under installation. We can copy this command, and within our terminal, we can paste it right here. This will install React Native Appwrite and React Native URL polyfills, which I guess they need to make this work. After that is done, we need to initialize our SDK. So let's copy this block of code and paste it just below. We are importing the client. Let's do that all the way at the top from React Native Appwrite. Then we initialize our React Native SDK, and we set up our endpoint, project, and platform. This is easy to do as we have this object with all of the information, so we can remove this fake stuff right here and simply say Appwrite config dot endpoint. Or we can even shorten it at the top and say something like config, and then config right here dot endpoint, which is our endpoint. Then we have our project ID, which is config dot project ID. And finally, we have a config dot platform. It's great that we collected all of that information beforehand, so now it's just easy to set our client up. Once that is done, we can make our first request. So let's copy the code for it and paste it right below. Let's indent this properly. And as you can see, we have a function that tries to register a user. We're simply calling account.create. We create a new unique ID with an example email, password, and name. And then we call a .then function, which simply console logs the response. So now we can call this somewhere within our code. To do that, let's first turn it into a function. Const create user is equal to a callback function. And we can put this code right within it. Let's just move it a bit up. There we go. We have our account create. And we can also add export right here before, so we can use this function later on. And let's not forget to import account coming from React Native Appwrite. That's right at the top, because we need to initialize our account instance and then set it to the account variable right here. Then let's go to our sign up, since that's the page that I currently have opened, so we can test our example function call. I'm going to go to app auth sign up, and then we're calling this submit on click. So here we can call create user, and unfortunately it doesn't auto import it for me, so we can do that by saying import create user from /lib/appwrite. And once we call the submit, we call the create user. Let's test it. Now, back within our application, let's open up the terminal and press R to reload. And I can see an error here saying that the prop ID doesn't exist. I think that's gonna be right within our Appwrite. So let's navigate, and you can see here ID unique. We can import that ID from React Native Appwrite. Now that we have that, let's once again open up the terminal click Continue with Email, navigate to Sign Up, and then click the Sign In button. This should trigger the Appwrite account creation. It says project with the requested ID could not be found. Please check the value of X Appwrite project header to ensure the project correct ID is being used. So let's make sure that the project ID indeed is correct by going over to Appwrite and then referring to our project ID here. Looks good, but here, set project, the ID should be uppercased. There we go. Now it's pointing to the right thing. So if we save it and click sign in one more time, you can see something that looks like a piece of data, which would make me assume that the account was indeed created successfully. So back within our dashboard, let's go to Auth, and there we go. We have Jane Doe with the me@example.com email, and that's the only thing we care about. That means that we have successfully created a user from within our application. For now, I think we can safely delete Jane, as she wasn't a real user with the data that we typed in, and we can focus on hooking up our inputs to our form and then creating a new user, but for real this time. So back within our code, let's go back to Appwrite, where we'll create all of the functions like creating a new user, signing in a user, getting the user information, and more. Starting off, of course, with creating a user. So we can scroll down to where we have this create user function, and let's remove everything from here and start from scratch just so it makes complete sense. We'll first open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can console log the error that we got just so we know what's happening. And we can also throw a new error by saying throw new error, and then we can pass the error in. In the try, we can try to create a new account by saying const new account is equal to await account.create, and we have to pass a couple of things to it. First, we have to pass the user ID, and you can see that right here in the docs, create user ID of type string, then email, then password, and then name. You also get more information about what exactly this endpoint does. So first, we're going to use the ID unique to pass a new ID. And then we have to get the information about our current user, which will pass through params. So the first parameter will be email, then password, and then username. So just like that, right here, we can set the email, then the password, and then the username. Since we're awaiting, we also have to make our function async. Then, if we don't get a new account, we'll also throw a new error like this. Else, if the account has been created successfully, we can try to create a new profile picture by saying const avatar URL is equal to avatars, which we need to create right here where we have the account by saying const avatars is equal to new avatars coming from React Native Appwrite, and to it, we pass the client. So now we can say avatars.getInitials. This is a special function which basically, as it says if you hover over it, gets the initials of the user's name and then uploads that so you get the special URL so you can pass the username right in. Then we can await and call another function which we can create, which is sign in. So let's say sign in, and let's create that function right below. Export async function sign in that accepts an email and password. That's going to look something like this. Within it, we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can throw a new error and pass the error right in. But in the try, we can try to establish a new user session by saying const session is equal to await account.create email session. And this is a method given to us by Appwrite to allow the user to log into their account by providing a valid email and password combination. So let's pass in the email and password. Great. And finally, once we have the session, we can simply return it. Now we can call this sign in function right above, and to it, we can pass the email and password, which will pass into the create account or create user rather. Once we sign in, we can create that new user in the database by saying const new user is equal to await. And as we have created an account instance, we have to create an instance of databases. So right at the top, we can say const databases is equal to new databases coming from React Native Appwrite, to which we can pass the client. And right below, we can say await databases dot create document, like this. To it, we need to pass a couple of things: the database ID, the collection ID, the document ID, and then the data. So let's do it one by one. We have the database ID stored under config.database ID. We have the collection ID stored under config.user collection ID. Then the ID of the document, since it's new, we don't have it already, we can create a new unique ID by saying ID unique, and then we need to pass the object with all the information about the user, such as the account ID, which will be equal to new account dot $ID, email, which we get from the form, username, which we get from the form, and then avatar, which will be equal to avatar URL. That way, we create a new instance of the user in the database, and at the end, we can simply return that new user. Perfect. Now our function for creating a new user has been completed, as well as the function for signing in, and we can call it within this submit function once we click sign in. Or now that I look at it, the button should say sign up. So let's fix it and make it say sign up. But of course, since now this is a real function, we have to pass real data to it. So let's first check if we actually have that data. If no form.username or no form.email or no form.password. If either one of these is empty, then we want to issue an alert. And with React Native, it's easy to do an alert. You simply say alert, import it from React Native, and then say alert.alert of type error, or rather this is the title, and then you pass the message. Please fill in all the fields. If we do have all the fields, we can set is submitting to be true, and then we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can do an alert.alert that's going to say error, and we can render the error.message. We can add a finally clause, which will set submitting or set is submitting to false, because either way, if we got an error or if we succeeded, the loading is done. And then in the try, we'll say const result is equal to await create user. And since we're using await, we have to make this function async. And we have to pass three things to this user function, one by one: email, password, and username. So let's do just that. Form.email, form.password, and finally form.username. And once we get the result, we'll later on set it to global state using context. For now, let's leave it as it is, and let's simply use the router function coming from expo router and replace the route by pointing to /home. So let's give it a shot and let's try to sign up. I'll start typing my username like JS Mastery. I'll do an email of contact@jsmastery.pro. And I'll choose a password, something like 123 123 123. There we go. We can also check it. It looks good. So let's click sign up. And we got redirected back to the homepage. I won't save it yet, which means that it succeeded because we reached the end of the try block. That is great. But what happens now if I go back to profile, or if I try to go back and then again continue with email? Once again, we are back to the login screen, which is a good thing, right? Because we haven't yet implemented the submit function of the sign in screen. So let's copy this entire submit logic that we have here, move over to sign in, and replace this submit. This one will be very similar. We set is submitting, we're doing everything the same, but instead of creating a new user and getting the result, we simply want to call await sign in. And this sign in should be coming from the Appwrite file. So we can say import sign in coming from //lib Appwrite. And then we're saying await sign in. The sign in accepts only two params, email and password. So we don't have to pass the username as we already know who we are. And then also after we log in, we want to set it to the global state and point to home. So now let's verify whether we have successfully created our account. I'm going to type in the same email I had typed before, contact@jsmastery.pro, and 123.123.123, and sign in. Ooh, in this case, we have an error, possible unhandled rejection, coming from the fact that we don't have a username. Okay, that's my bad. I should have removed this no username because here we don't even have the username field. So if we save it, we can type in our password one more time and we can sign in. This time we get a different error saying that I forgot to import the alert coming from React Native. Let's see if we have the router. There we go. I got that just to be safe. I think I have everything right now. So if I give it a go, we indeed got redirected to our homepage, which means that we're successfully signed in. And that's great and all, but what is it good for if I just close the app, like go right here and reload, and then the next time we have to log in again and go through the onboarding screen? We don't want to do that. We have already seen what the app is about, and we have already created an account. So the next thing we'll do is we will implement a global context state that will remember when our user has logged in and automatically redirect them to the home page. First, we have to create a new folder within the root of our directory called context. And within it, we'll create a new file called global provider.js, as it will provide us with all the state that we need. So let's first import create context, use context, as well as use state and use effect coming from React. Then we can declare the context by saying const global context is equal to create context. And we can also export const. A new hook will create called use global context, which is basically a callback function that simply calls the use context hook and specifies which context we want to get. In this case, it's the global context. But someone or something has to provide that context. So let's say const global provider is equal to, and typically this is just a React component that gets children as a prop, and it returns a global context dot provider like this. Within it, we have children, so we can wrap everything but still display all the screens properly. Next, we can choose which types of values we want to provide to our provider. So we can say value is equal to an object, and here we can declare whatever we want our entire app to have access to. So let's create some states. First, use state snippet will be called is logged in, like this. And at the start, it will be set to false. Then we'll also create a new use state snippet called user, set user, at the start set to null. and make sure to properly capitalize this U right here. And finally, we'll create a last state called isLoading. Set isLoading at the start set to true because we're first loading that user in. Then let's create a use effect, something like this with a callback function, and it will only happen at the start. The dependency array is empty. Here, we want to call a special function which we'll create within Appwrite. So let's go to the Appwrite file and create a new function by saying either export async function, or you can declare it as a regular export const, and we can call it get current user, which is equal to an async function like this. We can have a try and catch block right there. In the catch, we'll simply console log the error. And in the try, we'll say const current account or currently logged in user is equal to await account.get. If there is no current account like this, we want to throw an error. And if we do have a current account, then we want to get that user from the database by saying const current user is equal to await databases.list documents. First things first, you want to say from which database do you want to get the documents from. So that's config.database ID. Then from which collection, that's config.user collection ID. And then you can specify the query, meaning how you want to get it. And in Appwrite, you do that using their own query object, which you import from React Native Appwrite. And it has different methods, such as apply, bind, call. We're going to use equal. So we want to ensure that the query.equal account ID is equal to the current account $ID. This way, we can get the exact user that's currently logged in. Finally, if there is no current user, not current account, this time we're looking for current user, then we once again throw an error. And finally, if everything is good, and if we have our user, we can return current user .documents 0 because we only need one user. Let's also turn this function into an ES6 function by saying export const. That's going to be an arrow function like this. Doesn't make a difference, but it's good to stick with what you do. There we go. And now we have this get current user function, and we can import it right here within global provider by saying import get current user from /lib/appwrite. This get current user is an async function, so we can call .then on it. First, we get a response, and if a response exists, then we want to set is logged in to be true, and we want to set user to be equal to res, as in response. Else, if we don't have a response, we're going to set is logged in to false, and we're going to set the user to null. Then we can also catch it, meaning if something goes wrong. In that case, we're going to get an error, and we can simply console.log the error. And finally, meaning no matter what happens, if we succeed or if we fail, we can have a callback function that sets is loading to be equal to false because we have done doing whatever we're supposed to do. Now that this function gets the current user information, we set it to the state. Let's provide our entire application with the value of that state, with information like is logged in, set is logged in, user, set user, and is loading. And of course, for this provider to do its purpose, it has to actually wrap every single screen within our application. And the best way to wrap all the screens is just to use it within our main layout right here. So where we have the stack, we can just say global provider, wrap it properly, and that way all the screens will have access to the data within the values. let's just properly indent it. And let's import it at the top by saying import global provider coming from /context / global provider. Now, it does look like there's a problem, and I think I know why. If we go back to global provider, we never exported it. It's never being used. So at the bottom, we have to say export default global provider. And now we should be good. Looks like I forgot to put an opening call right here. We're calling this as a function. So if we fix it, we're good. And what this does is if we have logged in before, it will give us access to the current user. And then we can use it within our onboarding to figure out whether we should automatically redirect the user to the homepage. So we can head to the onboarding component, which is the index of our app. And then right at the top, we can say const is loading and is logged in, which is equal to use global context, which of course we have to import by saying import use global context coming from / context global provider. And now if we're not loading and if we are logged in that case, we can return a redirect component with an href of / home. This is how that works. And you can see that worked perfectly. And if that didn't immediately work for you, no worries, we'll just do a quick fix. Make your registration submit form look like this. Feel free to pause the video. And your sign in submit form look like this. After that, give it another go. This should save your user to the context. Now we cannot go back, we're tied to home. And even if we reload our application right here, you see that we automatically get redirected to the homepage if we are already logged in. Back on Appwrite, if you reload your auth, you can also see that we have contact at JS Mastery Pro with the JS Mastery username right here, which means that we indeed have successfully created an account, logged into that account within our app, and also stored it within global context so that every time that we launch our app, we are automatically logged in. That is great. And now we are on our home component within the tabs. And now I think you can barely see it at the top left, but it says home right there, which means that we are ready to start working on the home screen. And that should look something like this. We have welcome back JS Mastery, so we know we're properly logged in, and we're gonna pull our username from that global context we created. Then we're gonna reuse our input for the search. We're gonna show some trending videos, and we'll have another display for all of the videos that people upload. So once again, amazing job for coming this far into the video, learning how to create React Native apps, learning how to do file-based routing within React Native, learning how to use Tailwind, or should I say Native Wind, within our app, importing all of the assets, crafting 3 beautiful screens with React Native components, and implementing Appwrite for our user management, databases, and storage. More on that later. So let's get to the good stuff and let's implement our homepage. To get started working on the homepage, we can wrap everything in a safe area view, similar to what we have done so far. And this safe area view will come from React Native safe area context. Right within it, for the first time, we'll use a component known as a flat list, coming directly from React Native. It is a self-closing component to which you can pass a lot of props, and it is used to render a list of elements. We mentioned it in the crash course at the beginning, but now we're going to put it to use. There are a couple of things that a flat list needs, such as data, which is the most important part. And this is an array or array-like list of items to render. So we definitely need to provide some kind of an array. Then we need a key extractor. So this will be a way for us to get the key out of that item. So for example, if you have an array of objects where the ID is a number like this, you would create a callback function where you get each individual item and then you get the item.id out of it. In our case, later on, once we fetch data from Appwrite, it's going to be $ID. So let's leave it like that. And then most importantly, you need a render item, which looks like this. And this explains React Native how we want to render each item in the list. So we can open it up as a callback function. That's going to look something like this. And we can have an immediate return. So just parentheses right here. Right within here, we can destructure the data from each item. And then for each one, we can return something like, let's do a text for now. And the text can render the item itself. Or in this case, it can be item.id. So let's save it and see what do we have. You can see 1 on top left. We can make it a bit bigger by giving it a class name equal to text-3xl. And you can see number 1. Now, if we add multiple objects within this array, I can duplicate this and add maybe 2 more. We can give them IDs of 2 and 3. You can see that it basically creates a list where it shows different text elements. Soon enough, we'll fill this data with the real video data coming from Appwrite. For now, let me show you another property belonging to the flat list. It is the list header component, which also is a callback function with an immediate return where we can return a view. This view will have a class name equal to margin y of 6, padding x of 4, and space y of 6 between the elements. Right within it, we want to have another view, and this view will have a class name equal to justify between items start, flex row, and margin bottom of 6. And within it, we can have one more last view, and within it, we can have a text element that will say welcome back, and right below, we can create another text element where we can, for now, hard code JS Mastery. Later on, we can use the real username here. And you can see this appear at the top as the header to our flat list. Let's style these text elements. Let's do the first one first by giving it a class name equal to font-p medium, text-sm, and text-gray-100. The second one will have a class name equal to text-2xl, font-p semi-bold, and text-white. Of course, it's hard to see it right now because our background is white, but let's immediately make it black so it's easier for our eyes by giving the safe area view a class name equal to bg primary. There we go, that's better. And we can also give our text items a text of white so it's easier to see them. There we go. This is our flat list. You can see how customizable this flat list is. And I didn't even show you half of the things that it offers. We can immediately pass the data in, we can choose how that data will be rendered, and then we can also form the header component for that list. There's more stuff coming soon. Let's also render an image right below this view by adding another view that will have a class name equal to margin top of 1.5, and within it, we can render a self-closing image, which of course we have to import coming from React Native, and we need to import images at the top by saying import images coming from //constants and images. Or no, I think it's just coming from constants since we have the index that exports them. We can now give it a source equal to images.logo small. It's not that small right now, so let's give it a class name equal to w9 and h-10, and give it a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. That's better. Now we have a proper header. We want to go 2 views down, and we want to implement our search input component. This will be similar to our other text inputs that we used within our sign in and sign up, but just a tiny bit different. So let's create a new component within the components folder called search input, .jsx. And we can start by entirely copying the entire form field and then making some modifications to it. First, let's actually show it within the home by rendering the search input like this. And of course, we have to change the actual name, search input, and also we have to export it as such. So now if we go back, it's going to give us the auto import, which is good. And now you can see it barely at the top. So let's go into it and let's make some slight modifications. In this case, we don't need this outer view with the text. The only thing we need is one view and the input within it. So we can delete this outer view. At the end of the classes for the view, we can give it some space, like space -x -4. And I think the rest can be the same. We can also give additional class names to our text input. We'll give it a class name of text base, margin top of 0.5, text-white, flex-1, and font-p regular. Now here's where things change. Instead of having this title, we will render another touchable opacity, which we have to import from React Native. So let's get it right here, touchable opacity. It has already been imported. Within it, we can render an image that will have a source equal to icons.search. Let's see if we have imported icons at the top. We have. Let's also give it a class name equal to w-5, h-5, and you know it, resize mode of contain. There we go. Now we can see the search icon. For now, we can leave it as it is, and later on, once we implement the search logic, we can add additional stuff to this search input. For now, let's go below it, and let's continue with our homepage. Below the search input, we'll create another view, and this will be for our latest videos section. So let's give it a class name equal to w-full, flex-1, padding top of 5, and padding bottom of 8. Within it, we can render a text element that will say latest videos, and we can give it a class name equal to text-gray-100, text-lg, font-p regular, and margin bottom of 3. And if memory serves you right, the next section we have to implement is a horizontal list of videos. And also let's add a placeholder to this input. So we can quickly jump into the input. So we can replace the placeholder with something like search for a video topic. And there we go. You can see it right here. Now going back to home, how are we going to implement that horizontal video list? Well, right below our text, we can create a new component. So let's create it in the components folder and let's call it trending.jsx. We can run rnfe and we can import this component right here, trending. And of course, we have to import it at the top as well. That's going to be trending coming from components trending. To this trending, we can pass a posts property that will be equal to some kind of an array where we can also have a couple of different things. Let's do just IDs now to keep it simple. For example, ID 1. Let's also do another object with an ID of 2, and then another one with an ID of 3. And we can say question mark, meaning if it doesn't exist, then make it an empty array just so it doesn't break. Now we can dive into the trending and we can map over those elements in another flat list. So we know we're getting the posts right here as a prop, and the only thing we'll render will be another flat list. We already learned how to work with that, right? We have to pass it data, which will be equal to posts. We need to give it a key extractor, which will be equal to a function where we get the item, and then we take over the item dot $ID, as that's how the items will look like coming from Appwrite. And we have to give it a render item, meaning how each one of these items will look like once we destructure it and map over it. For now, I'm going to copy what I have right here at the top, it will be just a single text element, since we don't have a lot of data to show right now. And there we go. You can see that we have another flat list right here. But the most important thing for this flat list will be transitioning it to a horizontal view. Simply by giving it a horizontal prop, you can now see latest videos 1, 2, 3. That is great. So now we have a horizontal list and we have a vertical list right here. And that's actually the primary reason why I wrapped everything in one flat list, instead of wrapping everything in a scroll view, as we typically should do. That's because scroll views don't support both horizontal and vertical scroll at the same time. And in this case, since we have a flat list with vertical scrolling, this one right here, and another flat list within that flat list that supports trending or horizontal scrolling, this is the way that we needed to do it. There's a special error in React Native if you wrapped everything in a scroll view and had two different flat list types, like horizontal and vertical, you would get a special error saying that you cannot do that. So with that in mind, let's go below this trending and below the list header content as well. And let's use another special flat list property called list empty component. It allows us to create a function inside of which we can specify what will happen if our list is empty. So we can say something like text and then say empty. Now this doesn't show right now, but if we modify this data to be simply a completely empty array, I'm going to comment this out and remove it and make it empty. Now you cannot see anything, but if we give this text a class name with a text of white, you can see it says empty. But come on, let's make this look a bit better. Let's create a new component that we will call empty state.jsx. We can run rnfe and we can import this empty state and show it as the only thing right here. Empty state coming from components. We can pass it a title of no videos found, and we can also pass it a subtitle of no videos created yet. Or we can say something better, like be the first one to upload a video. Now we can navigate over to this empty state, implement a view with a class name of justify center, items-center, and padding x of 4. Within it, we can render an image coming from React Native, of course. And we also have to import images coming from /constants. And we can render the image with a source of images.empty with a class name equal to w of 270 pixels and h of 215 pixels with a resize mode equal to contain. And there we go. Now we can see that we cannot find anything. Let's also add a text element to make it a bit clearer. And as a matter of fact, we can copy these two text elements we had in the homepage right here, text and text. We can paste them here and we can indent them properly. The first one will be a small text with P medium, gray 100, and it will render the title. Of course, that title will be coming from props and subtitle too. The second one will be text XL with a text center property, font-p semi-bold, text-white, and margin top of 2 to divide a bit from the top, and it will render the subtitle. No videos found, be the first one to upload a video. I think it might make more sense to modify the subtitle to be the title and title to be the subtitle. That way we can see no videos found, be the first one to upload a video. And we can even change them around. There we go. This makes more sense. Finally, we can render a custom button, which is now super simple as we have already created that component before. We can import it at the top by saying import custom button from /custom button. And of course, we need to pass some props to it. props like title of back to explore, or even better, since we say be the first one to upload a video, we can say create video. We can give it a handle press equal to a callback function where we call the router, which we have to import at the top by saying import router from expo router. And then we can call a .push method on it, and we can push to /create. We can also give it container styles equal to w-full and margin y of 5. There we go. That's looking great. Also, it seems like it's not taking the full height of the screen. So I can go back here to save area view and maybe add a border of 2 and border of red 500, just so I can see how it wraps it. Yeah, you can see it's missing a bit of height right here. If I add h-full, it should make it full height. There we go. That's better. And we can remove the borders, as now we know how things look like. And that's another pro tip. If you're struggling with positioning, adding borders is always helpful. With that in mind, our empty state is now done, which is great. We can kind of move it around, scroll it up and down. But for now, I'm going to bring back my array of 3 fake items. That's going to look something like this. That way we don't see that empty state. And the last pretty cool thing about the flat list is that you can also give it a refresh control, inside of which we can render a refresh control component coming from React Native, and we need to create some special props that we can pass to it. I'm gonna explain what this does very soon. I'll create a use state field that's gonna be called refreshing, and set refreshing at the start set to false. And I'll also create a function called onRefresh, which will be equal to an async arrow function. There, we can simply set refreshing to true, and later on, we'll be able to recall our posts or videos, so we can see if any new videos appeared. Once that is done, we can set refreshing back to false. So why are we doing this? Well, we can now pass it to the refresh control function. We can say refreshing is equal to refreshing, and onRefresh is equal to onRefresh. And if we save it, and if we import useState at the top coming from React, you can now scroll up, and later on, once we have real videos to fetch, once we implement this recall videos function, it will actually try to refetch and show you new videos. You might be used to this on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, even TikTok. If you scroll up and release it, it will start loading new data. And I will teach you how to do that very soon as we start fetching real data within our application. And now that our homepage is basically done, I think it's the perfect time to do that. So let's create some data and let's fetch it from within our application. Very soon, we'll implement our own screen to upload our own videos directly through the platform. But for now, I just want to ensure that we can see some videos on the homepage. And the quickest way to do that is to create a few documents directly through Appwrite's dashboard. So let's go to databases, enter our single database, go to the videos collection, and click create document. In the README down below, you'll find a section where you can also find the data for a few of these videos that we will add. So let's copy it one by one. First, I will add a video with the title of How AI Shapes Coding Future with a URL of this thumbnail, and enter a video URL as well. And finally, I will enter a prompt that I used to generate this video. That is the whole idea of the application, to share different prompts and videos that you have generated somewhere else using AI. Or you can also share your own videos. You'll also see that this video is actually mine. I recorded it, but it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we can upload it and see it within our application. And finally, choose a creator. Since you only have one user now, it's gonna be you. Does this make sense? Find the README down below, copy the data, and let's create a couple of videos. Of course, if you want to, you can upload your own videos and thumbnails, but just for the app to look good, I have prepared some for you. So let's click next, and let's click create. And our first document containing our video has been uploaded. Let's do at least 2 more. The second one I will do is get inspired to code with some kind of a thumbnail, prompt, and a video URL. And I'm gonna add myself as the creator. And the last one will be a Dalmatian, which is a dog breed, with a thumbnail, video URL, and a prompt. And I'm gonna choose myself as the creator as well. And let's click create. There we go. I think 3 videos are enough for us to start showing some data within our application. So let's go back to the code. Let's close all of the currently open files, and let's navigate over to Appwrite. Here we have to create and export a new function that will fetch all posts by saying export const get all posts, which is equal to an async function with a try and catch block, where in the catch we throw a new error with an error, and in the try we can say const posts is equal to await databases dot list documents, and to it we need to pass the database ID, which is under config dot database ID, and we also have to provide the config dot video collection ID. And I don't want to every time say config dot and then config dot as well. What we can do is simply destructure all of these values from the config object. So I'm going to copy them all, say const, destructure them like this. And of course, you have to provide commas at the end of each one, and then say equal to config. This will allow us to expose them outside of the object. So now I don't have to say config dot. Rather, I can just refer to them like this. Finally, we can return posts.documents. This is great. We have a function that fetches all posts. So how do we actually use this within our application? Well, let's go back to home and let's give it a shot. I'm gonna write it right here at the top of the file. First, we need to create a new use state, which we'll call data. Set data at the start equal to an empty array. And we also need another use state for the loading. So is loading, set is loading, and it's going to be set to true. Then we need to create a use effect within which we'll fetch that data as soon as the component loads, or the screen in this case. So we can say use effect like this with a dependency array that's empty, meaning only fetch it at the start. And don't forget to import use effect from React. Within here, we can create a function const fetch data is equal to an async function like this, and then we can immediately call it right below, fetch data. The reason we need to do this is because you cannot use async code directly within a use effect. This would be illegal and wouldn't work. You have to create a new function inside of which you call asynchronous code. Here, we can set is loading to true because we have started fetching the data, and we can open up a try, catch, and finally block. Whether we succeed or fail, we want to set is loading to false because we're done fetching. In the catch, we can call the alert coming from React Native .alert error, and we can render the error.message. And in the try, we can say const response is equal to await. How did we call our function? Get all posts coming from lib Appwrite. And then once we get the response, we simply set the data to be equal to response. And just like that, we have data about our videos. So what do you say that we console log it? Right here below, I'm going to say console log data. We are here. I'm going to open up the terminal, and would you look at that? The data that we have added within Appwrite is right here. We can see it by how AI shapes coding future, the video URL, and everything else. That means that we can now start modifying our JSX to actually show some thumbnails and videos instead of showing simple text elements. But before we do that, I want to give you another pro tip. we can further optimize this code and make it more reusable by converting all of this into a custom hook. If you think about it, we'll have to fetch data in a lot of different pages, in the profile, in the search, and in many more cases. And the only thing that will change is the actual function of which posts or which users or what data are we getting. So with that in mind, we can copy this entire console log data and the use effect and these two states and remove them from the home to clean it up a bit. What we're going to do instead is create a new file within lib called use Appwrite.js. This will be a custom hook. So, as with every custom hook, it has to be a function that starts with the word use. In this case, I chose the name use Appwrite. And as a parameter, we're going to get a function that tries to fetch something. So I'm going to call it fn. And within here, I'm going to paste everything we had before. Is loading, states, use effects, alerts. And of course, we have to import use state from React. We have to import use effect from React. And instead of console logging the data, we will simply return it. For now, we can say return data within an object like so. And then we can say export default use Appwrite. Now, where will this get all posts come from? Well, we will pass it as a function through props. So instead of calling get all posts, let's call fn like this. Now, going back to home, instead of all the code that you've seen before that was here, we can do one single thing. And that is const get the data and rename it to posts, which is equal to use Appwrite custom hook, to which we pass this function of get all posts, which we created not that long ago. It's basically just this one. So before we had about 20-30 lines right here, and now we have moved that logic here. We're passing the getter function, and we can try to console log the posts one more time to see if we truly get them. We have renamed it to posts. So I open up the terminal, and you can see there's a lot of code, so that must mean that it has actually done it for the second time. There we go. So the logic works the same, but we have extracted it to make it more reusable. We can also make it more powerful by creating this function called refetch. Const refetch is equal to a callback function that simply calls the fetch data one more time, which is the same exact function which we have created for fetching the data for the first time. But if we want to use it here, we have to bring it out of the use effect. So we're calling it once at the start, and we're calling it whenever the refetch function gets called. And do you know when that will be? Well, it will be on refresh once we pull our device up. So with that in mind, let's return the data, the is loading, as well as the refetch. And back in home, alongside just getting the posts, we can also get refetch, and we can recall videos whenever we scroll up or swipe up. So we can say await refetch. There we go. I hope this makes sense. I know it's a bit more advanced, creating custom reusable hooks, but I hope it will make even more sense once we use this custom hook for the second time, so you can see how much code we have actually saved ourselves from writing. With that in mind, instead of just doing a console log in the terminal, which doesn't mean too much, let's try to actually show some data within our flat list. And then, instead of rendering the ID, we should be able to render something like title. And there we go. How AI shapes coding future, get inspired to code, and the Dalmatians journey through Italy. That's great. But we can do better than that. We can also show the thumbnails we have uploaded. So instead of simply showing a piece of text, let's create a new component called video card.jsx, where we can run rnfe, and we can import it right here as a render item. Video card. Make sure to import it at the top, right below empty state, video card coming from components video card. To it, we can pass the entire post, or we can call it a video, equal to item. So now we have access to all of this data within a video card, and we can destructure it video right here. We can also automatically destructure the properties within the video, such as the title, thumbnail, video, and creator. And outside of the creator, we can pull the username and the avatar. Pretty cool stuff, right? Now we can use anything we need. So just to verify this is working, let's give some class names to this view, like a class name equal to flex-call, so they show one below another, items-center, padding x of 4, and margin bottom of 14. And let's try to render a text with a class name of text-2xl, text-white, and let's make it render the title. There we go. Everything is working exactly as we thought it would. Now let's put that text to the side for now, and let's create more structure for our cards by creating another view with a class name equal to flex-row, gap-3, and items-start. Within it, another view that will have a class name equal to justify-center, items-center, flex-row, and a flex of 1. And within it, last view, trust me, a view with a class name equal to W of 46 pixels, H of 46 pixels, rounded-LG, border-secondary. We can start seeing things now. Justify center, items-center, and a padding of 0.5. Within it, we can render an image coming from React Native with a source equal to URI is the avatar. Class name is W-full, H-full, and rounded-LG, and the resize mode is equal to cover. And now we can see J as in JS Mastery. This was created automatically for us by Appwrite. Let's go one view down below the image, and let's create another view, this time for the title of our video, with a class name equal to justify-center, flex-1, margin left of 3, and gap y of 1. Within it, we can render a text property that will simply render the title. We can also give it a class name equal to text-white, so we can see it, font-p semi-bold, and text-sm. And now we can remove this second title as we have the real one above. There we go. We can also give a special property to this text, which is a number of lines, 1, which stops the text from going further if it's longer. Below the text of title, we can render another text. And this one will render the creator, or in our case, the username. We can give it a class name of text-xs, text-gray 100, and font-p regular. And we can also make it fit in one line. Number of lines is 1. There we go. That's good. We can go below this text and 1, 2 views down, and we can create another view. This one will have a class name equal to padding top of 2, and we can render an image that will have a source equal to icons coming from constants dot menu. Make sure to import these icons. Class name equal to W of 5 and H of 5, and a resize mode equal to contain. There we go, just so we can do some additional actions. Moving 2 more views down, right here, we can finally show the video. And this will be interesting. First, we don't want every single video to play right off the bat. So we want to create a new state to ensure whether the video is playing or not. So let's create a new use state snippet called play and set play at the start set to false. We need to import the use state. And for now, let's see what happens if the video is not playing. playing. So we can open up a new dynamic block of code where we check play. And if it's playing, we can show for now a text saying playing. Else, we will show something else. We will show a touchable opacity, which is basically like a button that will play it. But instead of it being a button, we will actually show the thumbnail. So once you click on it, you can start playing. Let's not forget to import touchable opacity from React Native. And within it, let's render an image that will have the source equal to URI of thumbnail. We're going to also have a class name equal to w-full, h-full, rounded-xl, and margin top of 3, with a resize mode equal to cover. And immediately you can see that it takes more screen, but we cannot really see anything happening right here. So let's apply some additional class names to this touchable opacity, such as a class name equal to w-full, and there we go, we can already see the thumbnail, h-60 for the height, rounded-xl, margin top of 3, relative, justify center, and items center. And now we can actually move through 3 of these thumbnails, and our app is starting to look better and better. Below that image, we'll show another image, and this one will have a source equal to icons.play. You can see this play icon. So for the images, if the source is a URL, you have to do it like this, say URI and then point to the URL. But if it's a local image, you can just do source and then point to the path to that image. Let's also give it a class name equal to w12, h12, and absolute, and a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. So now it seems like we can click to play it. To our touchable opacity, we can also give the active opacity of 0.7. So once we kind of hover over it or click it, we can see what's happening. And on press, we can call the callback function and set play to be equal to true. For now, that will just turn it into a text. And let's also give it a class name so we can see it, of text white. So if I click play on it, you can see that now it says playing, and we can repeat the process for every single one of these 3 videos. That is phenomenal. Let's also go back a bit. Now it always says playing because it's stuck. But if you open up the terminal and press the letter R, it should reload it, automatically log us in, and we can see our thumbnails once again. This is great. We can also fix this warning at the bottom regarding keys. But for now, before we get this videos actually playing, what do you say that we implement this latest videos section? That's this section right here. It's going to show us not the latest videos, but the trending videos. And it's going to show them in a bit of a different format. It's going to be a horizontal list where you can swipe left and right to see different videos in a portrait mode. So let's implement that, and then we'll figure out how to get those videos to play. Do you know where we have to go to start working on these latest videos? Well, it's going to be within our flat list and within our trending component right here. To it, we could pass the same posts that we're getting from the top, like posts, but let's create a different fetch function so we get some different posts to show right here. I'm going to go back to Appwrite, and instead of get all posts, we're going to create a new function called get latest posts. But for now, I'm going to start with it by duplicating the get all posts one. There we go. We have it right here. I'm going to collapse this one and rename this one to get latest posts. You can call it get latest videos as well. Everything is going to be the same besides an additional query that you can pass right here, dot order descending, and you pass a function of $, created at, and we're going to query a limit of only 7 because we only want to show the latest few videos. That's it. So now let's go back to home and let me show you how easily we can fetch those posts now that we have created this reusable custom hook. you basically just duplicate it. We can rename posts to something like latest posts, and we don't need a refetch from that. And to it, you pass get latest posts coming from lib Appwrite. And that's going to give you a completely different set of posts in just a single line. So let's now use those latest posts and pass them over to our trending component. There we go. Now we can navigate into the trending and we can implement the structure and the presentation of how we want these elements to show. Of course, the end product being something like this. First things first, we're going to install this great package called React Native Animatable. It allows you to add animations to your React Native applications. And installing it is quite simple. We can just go to our clean terminal and run npm install react-native-animatable. And while we're here, we're going to also install another package that allows us to play videos within our application. It's called expo-app. I think that stands for audio video. And let's press enter. First things first, we can import everything as animatable from React Native Animatable. And then we can create a new component right here, const trending item is equal to a React arrow function, where we can return a new animatable.view, which basically is a view that allows you to do animations within it. Let's properly close it. And instead of rendering a text for each one of our elements, we can now render the trending item. And to it, we can pass a couple of things. We can pass the currently active item, which will come from the state. So we can declare a new useState snippet called active item, set active item, at the start set to posts 0. So the first post out there. And then we can pass the active item and we can pass the item as well. Moving back, we have to import useState from React and we can get access to our active item as well as the item. Within this animatable view, we can give it a class name equal to margin right of 5, and we can declare an animation, which will be equal to essentially an object which we want to declare. And that object looks something like this. Const zoom in is equal to an object, and we can provide multiple different states. 0 state with a scale of 0.9, and then we can add a 1 state with a scale of 1. Similarly, we can duplicate this and create another animation called zoom out, where at the start, we're going to start from a scale of 1 and move to a scale of 0.9, which will basically zoom it out. Now, within this animation, if the active item is equal to item.$ID, so if we're currently on that item, we want to zoom it in, else we want to zoom it out. And we want to do that with a duration of 500 milliseconds. Then, as we have done before, we have to ensure whether we're playing the video or showing its thumbnail. So let's create a new useState snippet called play. Set play at the start set to false. And then if play is turned on, we can return something like, let's do a text that will say playing. Let's also give it a class name equal to text-white. Else, if we're not playing, we want to create a touchable opacity like before that will allow us to play something. So let's create a new touchable opacity coming from React Native with a class name equal to relative, justify center, and items center. Active opacity will be 0.7, and on press, we want to have a callback function that will set play to true. Within it, we're going to use a new component we haven't used before, which is the image background. So we're not using just the image, we're using the image background that will have a source equal to URI of item.thumbnail. Let's also give it a class name equal to W of 52, H of 72, because it has more height as it's a portrait, rounded dash 35 pixels, margin Y of 5, overflow of hidden, shadow dash LG, and shadow dash black dash 40 to make it appear like it's floating. And there we go. You can start seeing those portrait images. Let's also give it a resize mode equal to cover. Now, as it's a flat list and as it's a horizontal flat list, you can immediately just use your finger, I was about to say mouse, to swipe through them. And if you go back to trending, I think that's right here. If you remove this horizontal, you can notice that they should start appearing vertically. There we go. Although it's quite hard to see them. There we go. That's better. But of course, we want this first one to be horizontal, and then we want the bottom one to be vertical. Great. Below it, let's also add an image with a source equal to icons coming from the icons constants dot play. And of course, we have to import image from React Native. Let's also give it a class name equal to W12, H12, and absolute, so it shows on top of the image background with a resize mode of contain. That is looking great. Now, as you scroll over them, you can see that looks good. But for some reason, it looks like it's not applying this animation. Because if I just go for zoom in right here, you can see that they're all enlarged. But right now, it doesn't seem like any of them is. And keep in mind, this is the UI we're going for. So let's check the active item by giving us a console.log active item. And let's also console log the item that $ID, like this. Now we can compare the two by pressing R to reload. We get all of this data from before, but somewhere on top of it, we should be able to see just those IDs I'm after. Let's first remove the other console log that I think we have right here within the homepage, or maybe within the use Appwrite. Let's see. No, that's not it. Where is this console log hiding? Let's search for it. Console.log. We have one right here in trending, which is the one we created right now. We have the error, and then we have error and error. Okay, that's good. So we don't have any additional console logs. Maybe these are just old ones. But no, they seem to appear every time, which is quite interesting. Oh, maybe that's because this is this active item. Yeah, the active item could be the actual element. So we might need to do active item dot and then $ID. Let's try that. There we go. That's good. So now we get this ID and we get the second ID. And only for the one that matches, we should make it enlarged. So let's see if we try doing active item dot $ID. There we go. Now that one is big. And if we switch over it, additional ones don't change. So we want to actually change this as we swipe. And maybe at the start, we make the second one bigger by changing the active item to 1 right here. That way, it's more similar to what we have in the design. But how do we actually use this set active item so that they modify once we scroll? Well, let's create a new function, const viewable items changed. This is pretty amazing. You're basically given this handler immediately by the flat list. I mean, what doesn't the flat list do? So you can say on viewable items changed. And basically this is called when the viewability of rows changed defined by the viewable row. So let's say on viewable items changed, we call our viewable items change function. And let's say changed, not changes. There we go. As the parameter, we are getting the item, so we can destructure the viewable items from it. And we want to say if viewable items dot length is greater than 0, meaning if we have more, we want to set active item to be equal to viewable items 0.key. Right below it, we also want to modify the viewability config, where we can give it the item visible % threshold of about 70. And we can give it the content offset to figure out when do we actually apply that visibility percentage. by saying like X is about 170 pixels. Now, if we go back, the active items are not what they used to be. Now they should be the actual key of that item. So here, we no longer have to use the ID that I added before. And if I save it, you can see now the middle one is enlarged. But if I scroll, they actually change. And in case you want to make it even larger, you can modify the scale even more. For example, scale 1.1 or even 1.2. And you can see how it looks like right now. I think 1.1 might be the most we can go for. This is actually great. Perfect. So now we have also implemented some animations to our application. But the question is, how do we now click on it and play it? Right now, we get nothing. We have to implement this part right here. When the playing is true, we have to use this new package we have installed called Expo-AV that will allow us to play videos. So right here, let's use their video component, just like so. It will be self-closing, and it's coming from the top by saying import video coming from Expo-AV. And another thing we'll use is the resize mode, also coming from Expo-AV. Within this video, we want to add a source of the video, which will be equal to URI item.video. But that's not enough on its own. Let's also apply a class name of W of 52, H of 72, so the same size as the actual container, rounded dash 35 pixels, margin top of 3, and background white over 10. There we go. So now we can see the video right here. This one is horizontal, so it looks a bit different on the vertical view, but that's okay. We can add a resize mode equal to, and now we can use this special component called resize mode coming from the Expo-AV and use the .contain functionality. We can also say use native controls as well as should play. So the video should play, and that way it plays immediately once you click on it. And we can also say on playback status update. We get access to the status, and if status did just finish, I like the naming of these variables, it's very descriptive. If it did just finish, we set play to false, which should bring us back to the view of the actual thumbnail. There we go. It's easier than we thought, right? So now if I go here, if I click on it, the video loads and it starts playing. This one looks better as it is in vertical view, and it looks amazing. You can also zoom it in and go full screen. I mean, how cool is that? Your own video sharing platform. These are just shorts. Let's try with this one. There we go. You can also zoom it in. You can play audio. I'm gonna mute it for now and play. Rule number 6, if the plan doesn't work, change the plan, but never the goal. Yep, I hope your goal is to become a professional developer, which is exactly why you're watching this video. And here we have another one where we can also go to the start, expand it, and the coolest thing is you can actually rotate your phone and see it in full screen if it's horizontal. This is great, and this is a pretty cool video generated by Sora using AI. So this is a beautiful latest video section. Now, let's focus on trying to play these videos below. We can do that by copying this video component, closing all the currently open files, moving back to home, and going right here within our video card, and going to the part where we actually play something. We can paste this video component. We can modify it a bit. URI will simply be video. Class name will be full width this time, so W full, H 60, rounded XL, and margin top 3. We don't need the background in this case. The resize mode will be contain. Don't forget to import the resize mode from Expo-AV, as well as the video also coming from Expo-AV. We can do that at the top. We can use the native controls, should play, and then we also use the same on playback status update. So now if we save it, and if we play, let's do this horizontal video and click play, it actually opens up. And as you know, you have full controls and you can turn your phone around as you normally would with any kind of application that you're already used to view it in full screen. This is great. We can also do something like that for these videos right here. Perfect. Let's see what happens if I click on another one. Okay, that one is now playing. And make sure to mute it as there's loud audio coming from this YouTube short. But these videos are also playing from before, which is totally okay. We can have multiple videos playing on this screen. This is looking great. And I especially love these portraits right here at the top with this slight animation. For some reason, they disappeared now, which is a bit weird, but I do think they're coming back. And don't forget, if you reload, if you pull it to the top, it will refetch all of these videos at the bottom. There might be some tweaks which we can still modify and improve, but for now, this is amazing. I am very happy with the homepage that we have created. If there are some tweaks we might need to make, we can do that soon. Next pages that we have to implement are the search page. So once you search for something, you want to actually show the screen showing only the videos matching that search term. And then also there is the profile page to which you go to if you click this J or another avatar right here, whatever your name is. And of course, there's the create page, which is basically one large form that will allow us to manually upload those videos and not only view those that we have created from Appwrite. So let's do the search and the profile next, because I want to show you how easily we can reuse these video components we have created so far. And then after that, we can focus on the create. Phenomenal job so far. Leave a comment down below if you're watching until this part of the video. Keep it up. To get started with our search, we can navigate over to App, Search, and then Query right here. Can you see how this file is within square brackets? Well, that means that we can extract the value of that search out of the, well, not URL, but out of the screen. So how do we do that? Well, in React Native, you can say const query is equal to use local search params. And this use local search params is coming from expo router. So let's import it. Use local search params from expo router. What we can do right now is simply make this text a bit larger by giving it a text 3XL as well as text-white. And within it, we can now render this dynamic query. So let's see if that works. What we want to do is navigate to this dynamic page. And if I'm not mistaken, we haven't yet implemented the logic within our search input component. It looks good, but we still have to make it do something on click. So right here, instead of using this password, we no longer need that. We can get access to the path name by saying const path name is equal to use path name like this, and we call it as a hook. This use path name can be imported from expo router. So import use path name coming from expo router. There we go. That's good. And we also can create a new use state field, and we can call it query, set query at the start equal to, let's do just an empty string. We don't have to pass any props into the search input, so let's delete it. And then here, where we use the value, we can rather refer to the query. We don't have to make it secure text entry. And on change text, we simply want to get the event and set the query and pass that event. We can also change the placeholder text color to hash CD_CD_E0, which is going to make it pop just a bit. Then in the touchable opacity, we can add an on press. This is as if we were adding a click handler on the button. On press is equal to a callback function where we check if query exists, or rather if query doesn't exist, then we can simply return an alert coming from React Native .alert And we can give it a title of missing query and a message of please input something to search results across database. That way, if a user doesn't type anything, it should give us an alert. Next, outside of that if path name dot starts with /search, that means that we are already on the search page. And in that case, we simply want to set the search param by saying router dot set params, and in an object, we set the query. Let's also import router from expo router. And else, if we're not on the search, we want to say router dot push, and we want to push over to a template string of /search /query. And now, if you go in, click on this field, you're going to get this nice orange glow. And we can type something like, let's see, what do we have? AI, maybe. AI, and click search by pressing on the magnifying glass. You can see we are redirected to the search page. And right now, the text is not that visible. So let's make it a safe area view coming from React Safe Area View with a class name of BG primary and h-full. And now you can see that we have AI exactly like we typed. If you go back and type something like test, maybe, and press search, you can see that now we are on that page where the query is equal to search. That is great. That's enough information for us to be able to fetch all of the corresponding posts. With that in mind, let's head back to Appwrite and let's implement a function that searches through posts. To do that, we can duplicate the function that fetches the latest posts and rename it to search posts, and it will accept the query as the first and only parameter. We do the same thing here. We call databases.list documents, provide the database ID and the collection ID of the documents we're trying to fetch. And then instead of order, we're going to use a query.search. We're going to search by title, and we're going to pass the query as the actual search term. Believe it or not, that is it. This should give us all the posts that match our corresponding query. That means that we can now go back to the query and call our use Appwrite hook to get all the necessary information. But if you look at our design, you'll notice that our search page is almost exactly the same as our homepage. It has the same search right here with the search term typed in already. It also has the heading, and then it has the flat list. The only thing that's missing is the trending videos. So we'll basically be able to copy the homepage and make some slight modifications to implement the search page. So let's do exactly that. I'm gonna head over to home. I'm gonna copy the entire file and I'll paste it into search. First things first, modify the component name or screen name from home to search. We can do that here. We don't need two different fetches. We need only one, where we call the search posts function coming from lib Appwrite. And we also have to pass a query to it. And where do we get the query from? Well, we already know that. We have done it already. Const query is equal to use local search params, which is coming directly from expo router. Import use local search params coming from expo router. That way we get the query, then we use the use Appwrite hook to make a call to our search posts, and then we get posts right here. We also get this refetch, and we can refetch not by scrolling up, rather we can do a simple use effect right here with a callback function, which will be called every time that the query changes. So every time that the user types something new, we can just call a refetch function. Now, if we save this, of course, everything will be broken. First of all, we don't have this refreshing, so we can remove this bottom part. That's going to temporarily fix it. And let's navigate over to query to see how does that look like. I'm gonna type AI and press search. And of course, we get a couple of errors. First, we don't have the latest posts, which we pass over to trending. So we can completely remove this view that says latest videos. But before we try to do another search, let's go ahead and see what other things we have to change. Starting from the top, we have a safe area view with a flat list that shows items vertically by default. We extract the IDs, we render the video card item, and then we list the header component. The header is not going to say welcome back. Rather, it will say something like search results, and then below we can say query. So kind of giving search results for this specific query. And then right below this text, we don't even need this logo. We can immediately present our search input. So we have a text, and immediately below that text, we can render our search input. This time, we'll have to pass it an additional prop of initial query equal to query. That way, we can accept it right here, initial query. And if we do have an initial query, we can set this query by default to be the initial query to auto-populate it. That way, if we come from home, it will be pre-populated to say the search term we searched for. Then let's see the structure here. We have one view with margin Y and padding X. We don't need the spacing here. And we don't need this entire inner view, so we can close the opening and closing brace. We also don't need this opening view right here, so we can remove it. And let's indent everything properly so it's easier to see. I'm going to make multiple selections and then do it like this. So we have the view, we have the text that says search results. Immediately after, we have a text that says query. And then below, we want to have a view that will create some spacing with a class name of margin top of 6 and margin bottom of 8. And within it, we want to put the search input. There we go. And finally, we have the empty state, no videos found, but this time we can say something different, like no videos found for this search query. See how good it is to make reusable components? We just have to change the prop that we pass to it. With that in mind, let's give it a shot. Let's simply open up the keyboard and say AI and click search. As you can see, we are redirected directly to the search page, which looks great by default, but we also have to get rid of this top bar. I think we can do that within our primary layout. Yeah, you can see here, stack search query. We have to uncomment this, which should get rid of the top bar. I think if you remove this /, it will work. There we go. That's good. And we can immediately see the search results for the term AI. The AI is also pre-filled, but for some reason, it says no videos found. That's interesting. So our search posts function, this one, is not returning any videos that match by title. A quick way to debug it is to go here and check if AI is within some of these titles. And it does appear to be that way. Here we have a title of how AI shapes coding future. Inspired to code. I guess kind of code or COD is right here, code, and here is coding. So maybe if we try that, we should hit 2 of these videos. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to say COD, start off code and coding. And still we get a possible unhandled promise rejection. Export default trending alert doesn't exist. This is actually quite good as we can just search for alert and see where it is being used. Sign in, sign up, home, we're using it here, or at least we're importing it, but we're not using it. In the query, also not being used. We have this search input. Are we using it here? Yeah, it's coming from React Native. That's looking good. And we have this use Appwrite as well. Oh, it looks like we don't have it here. So here we have to import alert from React Native. And once we do that, we get another error saying that the function is not defined, which is very useful because now we can go back to our, I believe it's query file, and it's basically saying that the search post is not defined. Even though it's coming from here and it does seem to be defined, we're also passing the query to it. Oh, this is a good one. So what I've done here is a typical rookie mistake. What we have done before is we're just passing the function to the use Appwrite, which we then later on call. It's similar if we pass, for example, get all posts right here. We pass the entire function declaration without calling it. That way, here, it gets replaced and it gets called. But what I've done now, since I had to pass the query, is I've actually called the function before. So instead of passing the function declaration, I'm passing whatever the output of this function is. For example, an array of some posts, right? And then that ends up getting all the way to here, and it tries to call an object, which is not possible. So if you need to pass some data into the function when you're sending it over, you can do that by defining a callback function like this. It might be a bit harder to see, so I'm going to put it in a new line. Use Appwrite. Essentially, you're passing the entire callback function. So once this gets called, the entire declaration will get passed and it will properly call it right here. I hope that makes sense. So now we can give it a second shot. Let's say something like AI and search. Okay, it says something like search for attribute title requires a full text index. And that means that we have to go right here to databases, go to the videos collection, and go to indices, and create a new index. We can call it something like search by title. The index type will be full text, as the error message said, and the attribute will be by title. And let's click create. It looks like the index name needs to be properly indexable, so let's do search _by_ title and click create. There we go, the index was created, and this should allow us to do searches. Back in the code, I will type AI one last time, and this time we don't get an error, which is great, but we also don't see any videos. So what we could do is we could console log a couple of things. We can console log, first of all, the query to see if the query is good, and then the posts that we got back to see if there is anything to show. Once we do that, you can see that the query was all right, but the array was empty. Let's try to search for something like COD for coding. And this time we do get back 2 videos, the How AI Shapes Coding Future and Get Inspired to Code, which is exactly what I wanted to get back. Interesting how it didn't get us AI. Let's try one more time. No. What if we do both letters uppercased? What if we do Italy? I know that's another word from our titles. Okay, that works. That's interesting. Maybe it's trying to search for more than 2 characters. Let's see what else do we have here. Inspired, journey. Let's search for inspired. That is great. And let's also search for journey. Perfect. Basically everything is working, but for some reason search for AI didn't work. But at least that showed us that our no videos screen is working as we get no videos found and then create video. So that is great. Let's go back to homepage one more time. We can see different posts. We can see the latest videos as well. And we can make a search. And you get a complete search similar to the homepage, but in this new layout where you can keep searching for whatever you want to find by simply deleting it and searching again, or you can swipe left to go back to home. Wonderful. It wasn't that tough to create search. Once we have reusable video card components, reusable flat lists, and also reusable hooks that allow us to more easily fetch data. We can also clean things up a bit. As our query is a bit smaller than our homepage, we don't need things like the image, refresh control, or alert. We don't need to use state, images, trending, and all of these other calls from Appwrite. I always like to keep my code clean and have 0 unused variables. The next screen we can focus on will be profile. So let's click on profile right at the bottom right corner. And we have an empty screen. Let's turn it into something that looks more like this. where we fetch the avatar, username, the number of posts, and some fake views, and also display all of the videos that that user has created. To do that, we can copy the entire code from our query file, close all of the currently open files, and navigate over to profile. There, we can override the entire code with what we copied from the query and rename it to profile right here, and also right here at the top. That should immediately give us something better to look at. There we go. It says no videos found. It says search results. But let's first make it into an actual profile by modifying which posts are we trying to get. We're not trying to get the posts that we search for. Rather, we're trying to get the posts that our user has created. So let's navigate over to Appwrite, duplicate the search posts right below, and let's call it something like get user posts, where we can pass the user ID so we know which user posts are we getting. We also list the documents coming from database ID with this collection, and query.equal, where the creator is equal to user ID. That's it. You can see how simple it becomes once you understand how all of this works. Now we can go back to profile, and instead of fetching these posts and refetch from search posts, we can simply call get user posts coming from lib Appwrite like this, and to it we're going to pass the user ID. But the question is, where do we get the currently logged in user ID? Pause this video, give yourself a moment, and try to figure it out. I'm going to let you know in 3, 2, 1. It's coming from the global context. It is right here. Remember, under values, we're passing the user as the object. We can get access to it, and the user contains the ID. So we don't need the query in this case. Rather, we can say const destructure the user, the set user, and the set is logged in, because from here we'll also be able to log out. And we can say that's equal to use global context, which is coming from our context. It doesn't want to auto import it, but we can say import use global context from context / global provider. And then we get the user $ID. And this should give us access to all of the posts. Looks like it redirected us back to home, so we can click to go to the profile again. And it's going to complain about the query. We no longer need this use effect with the query. Let's save it now and go back to profile. It's going to complain again because we're using a query in a couple of places. So let's simply comment out the query here and here. And I think that's it. If we save it and click profile once again, we can see our 3 videos that we have created, which is exactly what we wanted. So now the last thing we have to do is change the header of this flat list displaying our posts into something that looks like this. We basically want to add this user card at the top that lets us know that we can log out and that we're currently on the profile page. We can do that by modifying the list header component part of our flat list. In this case, let's delete everything we have in there right now to make it a bit easier for us to develop it. And we can first wrap everything in a view. That view will have a class name equal to w-full, justify-center, items-center, margin top of 6, margin bottom of 12, and padding x of 4. Within that div, we can show a touchable opacity that looks something like this, and we import it from React Native. Within it, we can show an image with a capital I, also coming from React Native, with a source equal to icons dot, and don't forget to import icons from constants dot logout, with a resize mode equal to contain, and a class name equal to w6 h6. You can see this logout on top. Let's also put it at the end by styling detachable opacity by giving it a class name equal to wfull items end and margin bottom of 10. That way it's at the top right. Also later on to this touchable opacity, we'll have to provide a function that implements the logout functionality. So let's simply declare it right here. Const logout is equal to a function that looks like this, and we call it onPress. Great. Now below this touchable opacity, we want to show a view where we render the user's avatar. So let's do just that. View with a class name of W16, H16, border secondary, that looks something like this, rounded-LG, justify center, and items center. And within it, we can show a new image property that has the source equal to an object of URI is equal to user !avatar. That's going to look something like this. It's not visible until we give it a class name equal to W-90%, H-90% as well within square brackets. That way it's not going to take the full width of the screen. And rounded-LG, and the resize mode equal to cover. Okay, this is great. And right below that image and below this view, we can render a new custom component called info box. So let's create it. New file, info box.jsx, where we can run rnfe, and we can immediately import it right here. Info box. Make sure to properly import it at the top. Info box coming from info box. We don't need the use effect, the search params, nor the text right here. That's good. If we save it, there's going to be nothing there. But to this info box, we can pass a couple of props, like title is equal to user !username, container styles equal to margin top of 5. So we divided a bit from the top. And title styles equal to text-LG, as this will be a bit larger. Title styles. Below that info box, we'll create a view that will have a class name equal to margin top of 5 and flex row. And here we want to show two more info boxes. So let's simply copy this one, paste it once, and also paste it twice. The second one will render the number of posts that we have, so posts.length, or 0 if we don't have any. We're going to also give it a subtitle of posts, container styles of margin right of 10, title styles of text-XL, and finally the last info box will show a number of followers. We can say something like 1.2 thousand with a subtitle equal to followers. We don't need the container styles, and it will have a title of text-XL. If we save it, you basically cannot see anything on the screen right now. That's because we're not making use of any of these parameters we're passing. But now we have the structure, so we know which props are we accepting. So going to our info box, we can now accept a couple of props, such as title, subtitle, container styles, and title styles. We can render a view with a class name of container styles with a text that will render the title. Let's give it a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic, text-white, text-center, font-p semi-bold, and we can also render all the title styles we're passing, like this. There we go. We can see JS Mastery, 3 posts, and 1.2 thousand followers. And we can create a new text element right below it for the subtitle that will have a class name equal to text-sm for small, text-gray-100, text-center, and font-p regular. And let's save it. There we go. So now we can see one primary info box that renders our username. We can see our subtitle of posts and title of 3, and same thing for the followers. And with that, my friends, believe it or not, our profile page has been completed. It's pretty crazy what you can achieve when you reuse existing components. We have reused almost everything: our page, our routing structure, our flat list from home and search, and also the individual video cards, which, don't forget, you can also play. And make sure to mute it every time, especially if you're using these videos, as they're quite loud. So this is phenomenal. So finally, let's implement our logout function so we can log out of the application and maybe log in with another account. We can do that by creating another Appwrite function. We can say export const sign out equal to an async function with a try and catch block. In the catch, we throw a new error with the error message. And in the try, we can say const session is equal to await account.delete session. And we pass in current. We want to delete the current session and return the session that we just ended. With that in mind, we can go back to profile. We can say await and call the sign out function being imported from Appwrite. Since we're using await, we have to make this function async. We also want to set our global state user to be equal to null, and we want to set is logged in to be null, or rather false in this case. And we want to re-navigate to sign in by importing the router coming from expo router. And then right here, we can say something like router dot replace pointing to / sign in. If we do that, go back to the profile and click the logout icon on top right. We have been logged out. And if you try to go back, you can't, because we have replaced the URL, not pushed it. So this is the difference between push and replace. Now let's see if I remember my username. I think I used contact@JSMasteryPro, and I believe it was 123.123.123. And I'm gonna click sign in. And I was right. We are back in. We can see all the videos loading. It says welcome back JS Mastery. And I think that JS Mastery part is hard-coded right now. So let's quickly copy this use global context from profile and navigate over to home. Let's use that same hook and import use global context from // context and then global provider. We get this user. And then here where we hard-coded JS Mastery, we can say something like welcome back, comma, and then here we can render user ? Username. Oh, it looks like it's not there. Let's check out our collection. It is username. Yes, JS Mastery is the username. We can see that right here. So let's say user.username. I think that's exactly how we have used it in the profile as well, right? We get the user from the global context, and then we're using it by saying user ? Username. In this case, it doesn't seem to appear though. So let's try to console log it right here on top. Console.log user.username. I'm gonna open up this, and it does say undefined. What if I console log just the user? We get null for user. And what would I get if I console log the user on the profile page? Let's see if I can do that right here. Console log user and navigate to profile. It's also null, and actually my app breaks. You can see it here where I share my phone screen. It completely crashed, saying cannot read property ID of null. So I simply reloaded the entire application and logged out completely. It looks like the second time that we logged into our account, for some reason, it didn't set user to the global context. Let's see why that is. Here we have the set user, and we're setting it once we get the current user. That looks good. But then if we move over to sign in, Oh, would you look at that? I even left myself a comment, set it to global state, but I never got around to doing it. And we also didn't do it on sign up, so I'm a bit confused how it even let me in and kept me logged in this entire time, but for some reason it did. So let's fix this. The only thing we have to do right here, let's do the sign in first, is get the information about the current user by saying const result is equal to await get current user coming from lib Appwrite, and then we can set that user to the state by accessing our global state, const set user, and set is logged in is equal to use global context coming from the global context provider like this. And this is supposed to be set, not sir. And now we can simply call set user to be equal to result. And we can set is logged in to be equal to true. And then we point to home. So this is now good. And we can also copy these 3 lines and go to sign up. We can paste it right here. But in this case, we don't even have to get the current user because we're creating it for the first time. So we already have it. The only thing we do have to get is set user and set is logged in the same way that we have gotten it here. Import, use global context, and then use the hook that we created right here. That looks good to me. I'm going to save it. And now we should be properly logging in and saving that information to the global context. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to go continue with email. I will use my contact at JS Mastery. And I think my password is 123 123 123. Let's go ahead and sign in. We are right in. And as you can see on the top, it says, welcome back JS Mastery. So now it actually knows your username. And if you go to profile, that looks great as well. I used very high res thumbnails, so it takes some time to load, but for smaller ones, it should be quicker. So this is great. With that in mind, the onboarding, the sign in, and the sign up page are looking as good as ever, and they're fully functioning right now. The home screen is just stunning, where we can play different kinds of videos. Make sure to mute them first. We can also make the videos full screen, which is pretty amazing if you ask me. You can also rotate your device. We have also implemented search, so we can search for, as we said, journey and press search. That works as well. And finally, we have also implemented the profile where you can see what the currently logged in user has created, and we can also log out on top right. And finally, we'll implement a screen within which you'll be able to upload your own videos and thumbnails, and therefore create new documents and add them to our database, and then show them within our homepage. So let's click on Create right here at the bottom, and let's navigate over to the Create page, and let's get started. Amazing job so far. First things first, we gotta be safe. So let's start with the safe area view coming from React Native safe area context. Let's give it a class name equal to bg primary and h-full for full height. And let's turn this entire view into a scrollable view by wrapping it within a scroll view component coming from React Native with a class name equal to padding x of 4 and margin y of 6. Right within it, let's render our first piece of text on this screen that will say something like upload video, and let's give it a class name equal to text-to-excel, text-white, font-p semi-bold, and save it. There we go. That's our title. Right below it, we can render our first form field. And this form field is a component that we have created before. You can find it here. So let's just import it by saying import form field coming from // components form field. We have to pass a couple of things into that form field. So we're going to do that through props. We'll pass a title equal to video title, And we also have to give it a value. And to create that value, we can create a new use state field that will be called form, set form, and at the start equal to an object. Let's correct the spelling here, and let's give this object some default properties, such as a title, that's an empty string at the start, a video, which will be null at the start, a thumbnail, which will also be null at the start, and a prompt, which will also be an empty string at the start. Let's fix this title. There we go. We'll also have to know, are we currently uploading a video so we can show the loading? So let's immediately create a new use state snippet called uploading and set uploading at the start set to false. Great. Now let's go back and let's give this form field a value equal to form.title. We can also give it a placeholder equal to give your video a catchy title. And we can also give it a handle change text equal to a callback function where we get the event, we set the form, we spread it, the previous values of the form, and then we just modify the title to be equal to the event. Finally, we give it other styles equal to margin top of 10. And of course, we have to import use state coming from React. Once we do that and navigate to create, we can see our nice looking input. Now let's create a view below that input, and that view will have a class name equal to margin top of 7, space y of 2 to create some spacing. And within it, we can create a new text that will say something like upload video. And we can style it by giving it a class name equal to text-base, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. There we go, upload video. And then we can create a touchable opacity right below that text, which will be our area to click on and upload a video. So touchable opacity coming from React Native. And here we want to see if we already have a form.video. If we do, we will display a video component coming from expo-app, audio video. So let's immediately import it at the top by saying import video coming from expo-app. And we also need to get that resize mode coming from expo-app as well. We also need to close this ternary operator by creating the second part. If we don't have a video, we'll create a view that will allow us to upload the video. So that's going to be a view. And let's properly close this with a class name equal to wfull h40 padding x of 4, background of black 100, rounded -2xl, justify -center, and items -center. It's kind of like a rectangle which we can click to upload a video. Within it, we can have another view with a class name equal to w-14, h-14, border, border dashed, border secondary 100, justify center, and items center. And finally, right within it, we want to have an image, which we need to import from React Native. So let's get it. Get a source equal to icons, which we need to import from constants.upload, with a resize mode equal to contain, and a class name equal to w1/2 and h-1/2. There we go. This is an upload icon. And then once we click on that, once we upload the video, we can start showing it here. So we can immediately get the source of that video equal to URI is form.video.uri, not URL, URI. We can give it a class name equal to w-full h-64 and rounded dash to XL. We can use native controls. We can let the resize mode be equal to resize mode dot cover like this. And we can say is looping. In case we're filling in some other fields and the video is done, we want it to start playing once again. With that in mind, we want to go below this touchable opacity and below the view as well, and create another view, this time for the upload of the video thumbnail. So let's create some space by giving it a class name equal to margin top of 7 and space dash y dash 2. And we can copy this same text element that before said upload video. And this time it will say something like, let's do thumbnail image. Make sure that this is the text with the text gray 100, font P medium, and text base. And then right below it, we can basically copy this entire touchable opacity that we have created for the video, because we want to have the same thing for the image. So right below the text, we can paste the touchable opacity. And instead of checking for form.video, we're going to be checking for form.thumbnail. If we have the thumbnail, we won't be showing the video. Rather, we'll be showing the image that we have uploaded with a source equal to URI form.thumbnail.URI with a resize mode equal to cover and a class name equal to w-full h-64 and rounded dash to XL. Okay, that's good. But if we don't have the image yet, we have to fix this second part. So for now, let's delete this inner view right here and let's just keep the outer view. Let's change the H to 16 and we can add the border right here. Border dash 2, border dash black dash 200, flex dash row, and space dash x dash 2. And within it, we have the upload image with a width of 5 and a height of 5 as well. Okay, so now we have different views for the video, a bit larger and a bit smaller for image. And we can have a text right below that image that's going to say something like choose a file. And we can give it a class name equal to text-sm, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. There we go. That's much better. Finally, we can copy this form field that we created above, go all the way to the bottom, below the touchable opacity and below the view. And this one will be for our AI prompt that we used to generate this video, which we want to share with world. So we can say form.prompt, and we can say under placeholder something like the prompt you used to create this video. And under set form, we're going to modify the prompt instead of the title. In other news or in other styles, margin top can be a bit smaller, like 7. And finally, below the form field, we can render a custom button. First, we have to import it right at the top. So let's duplicate this form field and import custom button from the custom button. Pass it a title of submit and publish. Let's also give it a handle press. So once we click on it, we want to submit it. So really quickly here, we can create a new function. Const submit is equal to an arrow function. That is good. And we can give it container styles of margin top of 7. That's going to push it a bit from the prompt input. And we can also give it the is loading property, which will be uploading. So if we're uploading, that means that we're loading. Okay, this looks good. You can see it doesn't fit on my screen right here, even though it's a large screen. But since we use that scroll view right at the top, I can still scroll through everything and see what's happening, which is great. And this is it for the JSX part or the presentation part of our create video form. But of course, in this case, where the magic happens is with the video upload. So we first have to do the logic for uploading videos. then uploading thumbnails, and then uploading everything to our database. So first things first, we cannot work on the submit function until we have worked on the actual upload functions. So let's create a new function at the top, const open picker. That's going to be a picker for our video or image file, which will be an async function that selects the type of the file we're trying to pick. And we can open this picker once we click on this touchable opacity. So we can go right here and say on press. We want to call a callback function where we open the picker. This time it's going to be a video picker, and we can copy that on press and paste it to the second touchable opacity. And on the second one, we're going to say open picker image. And make sure to properly close it as well. There we go. So now we can start working on the code within this open picker. So I can teach you how you can upload actual files from your phone to Appwrite's storage buckets, and then getting URLs for those files so you can put them within your Appwrite database and then see the video you have posted on your homepage. First things first, we can open up a modal that allows us to pick either an image for a thumbnail or a video. So let's say const result to extract the image or video we choose, and say await document picker like this. And this document picker will come from Expo document picker, which is another package we can install. So right here in the terminal, we can clear our second one and say npm install expo-document-picker and press enter. Once we install it, right at the top, we can say import everything as document picker coming from expo document picker. Now, to that document picker, we can use a method called get document async, to which we need to pass options object of type. And here we need to define the type that we want to get. Now, in our case, the type will depend on which input we click on, video or thumbnail. So we'll say if select type is == image, then the types will be an array of image PNG as well as image JPEG, and else the type will be a video MP4 as well as a video GIF. And now if you save it and if you click on upload video, you can see that it will actually open up your recent videos. We can also give it a shot with a thumbnail. And here you can see some icons that I recently downloaded to customize my iPhone. You can also go to browse and see all the different files on your phone. In this case, just sticking with recents is fine. But now that we select a specific image, we want to do something within it. First, we have to make sure that our user hasn't canceled. So we can say if not result.canceled. In that case, we can set state to either thumbnail or video by saying if select type is == image. In that case, we can set form, we can spread the entire form and update the thumbnail to be result.assets 0 like this. And we can also duplicate that if right below and say if select type is video, then we can update this video right here to results.assets 0. Else, not else to these ifs, but to this outside if we have canceled the submission, then we can just set a timeout where we have a callback function, and we can define the delay of like 100 milliseconds. And we can show an alert coming from React Native, .alert document picked, and JSON.stringify the result. We don't want to replace anything, so we can give it null, and the space will be 2. This should nicely show us which file we have selected. So let's give it a go. I'm gonna click upload video, and I'm gonna select this reel. And as you can see, it automatically got it here We also got document picked, assets null, cancel to true. So this is only if you cancel out. But in this case, we actually have the asset here. The only problem is once I try to play it, then it opens up this form once again. We'll work on that later on. For now, let's also select a thumbnail. I'm going to go with this nice thumbnail image right here. And now that we can select those files, the only thing we're doing in this open picker is we're setting them to the state. So now we have to actually create the submit function that will upload them to our database. So before we submit, we have to ensure we have all the data. So we can say if there is no form.prompt, or if there is no form.title, or if there is no form.thumbnail, or if there is no form.video. If any of these is false or empty, then we want to return an alert that says, please fill in all the fields. If we get past this if, then we can say set uploading to be true, and we can open up a try and catch block. It will also have a finally clause right here where we can reset our entire form. So we can say set form, and we can basically reset it to the starting state by copying the empty values and pasting them here. And right below, we can also set uploading to false because we are done with uploading. So now if we have an error, we can simply alert error with an error message right here. And how will we actually upload this file? Well, first let's do an alert where we can say success and post uploaded successfully. Then let's also navigate to the home page by using the router functionality by importing router from expo router. And then we can say something like router.push pointing to home so we can see our newly uploaded post. And then the most important thing is right here, we have to make a call to Appwrite to add this post to our database. So let's navigate over to Appwrite and let's create a new function, export const create video. And it will be equal to an async function that accepts the entire form data as the first param. We can open up a try and catch block, and in the catch, simply throw a new error where we pass the error. And in the try, we can first upload our video and thumbnail. And then once we have their URLs, we can simply create a new document in our database. So let's do just that. I'm going to say const, and I will destructure the thumbnail URL and video URL, which will come from the call of await promise.all. Because we don't need to do one of these one after another. We can at the same time start uploading both files, and we can do that using promise.all. Then we can pass an array of calls we want to do, and here we can call a new special function called upload file, to which we can pass our form.thumbnail with the second prop of image, and we can duplicate that and pass the form.video with a second prop as video as well. And let's separate these by commas. There we go. Now, of course, this upload file is another function which we have to create. So let's create it just above. Export const upload file is equal to an async function where we can get the file and the type of that file, and we can upload it to Appwrite's storage buckets. First things first, we can check if a file even exists. So if there's no file, we simply exit out of the function. Then we want to get some data or information out of the file by saying const, and we can extract a MIME type and then spread out the rest of the properties coming from the file. We can do that like this. And then we want to reconstruct that file because that's how Appwrite accepts them. We can say const asset is equal to an object with a type equal to MIME type, and we can spread the rest. There we go. So basically what we have done is we have taken everything out of the file and just renamed the MIME type to type, as that will help Appwrite understand what file we're talking about. Then we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can throw a new error as we typically do. So we can copy this entire thing and paste it here. And in the try, we can say const uploaded file is equal to await. We call the storage for the first time right here. So we have to initialize a new storage bucket right at the top. So let's do it here. Account avatars databases, but now we're also working with storage, which is new storage coming from Appwrite, of course, at the top. So let's go ahead and import it. There we go. Let's go down. And then we can say something like storage.createFile. And we have to pass a couple of things into it. First, we pass the storage ID. Then we have to pass the id.unique, as we want to give it a unique ID to this file. And then we pass the actual asset into it. So that's going to look something like this. And then Appwrite will give you a file URL. So we can do something like const file URL is equal to await get file preview, to which we have to pass the uploaded file dot $ID, and then the type as the second parameter, and we can return that file URL. And the only thing that's important here is that this get file preview is a bit different for our video and audio file. So let's turn that into a new function right here. Export const get file preview, which is equal to an async function that accepts a file ID and type. We can declare a file URL at the top, let file URL, and open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log or throw a new error. And in the try, we can check if we're working with a type is triple equal to video, or else if we're working with a type triple equal to image. And based off of that response, we're going to get the file URL a bit differently. So if it is a video, we can say file URL is equal to storage.getFileView, to which we pass the storage ID as well as the file ID where we want to get it from. Now, to get the file URL off of an image, we can say file URL is equal to storage.getFilePreview, a bit different, not getFileView. And here we can pass the storage ID as well as the file ID, so that's the same. But now we can pass the width, which is going to be 2000, the height, which is going to be 2000, and the gravity, which is going to be top, and finally quality, which will be 100. So we can basically pass a few more pieces of information to get the right preview and the right size. Finally, we can also do an else and throw a new error of invalid file type in case we don't get video or image. And finally, if there is no file URL that we get back, we can throw an error one more time. And if everything succeeds, we can basically return this file URL. Great. So now we have the get file preview, which is used in the upload file, which is used within create video, which then returns us the thumbnail URL and the video URL, which we call both at the same time, as we can upload both at the same times. They don't depend one on another, so they can happen at the same time. So once we have those URLs, we can say const new post is equal to await databases dot create document. Here we need to pass the database ID within which we want to create that document, and a video collection ID, which is the ID of the collection where that document belongs, and then the ID.unique, which will give it a unique ID. And the last thing we have to pass is an object of the actual data that we want to create. So it will be a title coming from form.title. Then we want to give it a thumbnail equal to thumbnail URL. After that, we can pass video as video URL, prompt equal to form.prompt, and finally, creator equal to form.userid. And with that, we have everything we need to create a new post. So finally, once it actually gets created and added to the database, let's just return it right here to our front end. Great. So now we have a function called create-video, which uses upload file, which uses get file preview, which we can use within our create form. So right here, let's await. And for that, we have to turn our submit into an async function. And what are we awaiting? Well, we're awaiting create video, which we have to import, of course, from Appwrite. So let's do that. Going up, we can import create video from //lib Appwrite. Let's just command click it or control click it to see if we're pointing to it in the right way. We are, and we're creating the video, and to it, we have to pass a couple of things. I'm gonna spread the entire form, and I'm gonna also pass the user ID equal to user.$ID. That way we have all the necessary information to create a post. So let's give it a go. I will first upload a video. I'm gonna go with this Instagram reel. We can also give it a title of IG reel. I'm gonna post a thumbnail image. Let's go with this one right here. And let's enter an AI prompt. I'm gonna say something like testing and press enter. Let me spell it properly. Testing. There we go. And I'll press submit and publish. It gives us property user does not exist. That's okay, at least we got an error. In this case, we cannot get this user because we have never imported it. So right at the top, we know how to do that. We can simply say const destructure the user, which is equal to the use global context, which is our custom context hook. So we can import it by saying import use global context coming from //context/global provider. Now we have access to the user and we can give it another go. Before we test it out, there's one more thing I want to fix. Right here, we have this else that sometimes throws this annoying alert, and I think we can safely get rid of it. Nothing bad will happen. We just won't see the alert on the screen. So we can hide that. And another little tweak that we can do is within this touchable opacity, we cannot actually play the video or interact with the native controls because it's within the file upload button. So let's simply remove the use native controls and is looping. That way we'll know the video is there, but we won't be able to interact with it. So let's give it a shot. I'm gonna name my video something like IG Reel. I'm gonna upload the video right here. We can see that it is uploaded. And now you can choose and you can add another one, or you can just exit out of it. We can choose a thumbnail for that video. I'm gonna go with this background. And the AI prompt is, let's say something like testing. I think that should be good. There we go. And let me click submit and publish. We got an Appwrite exception, file extension not allowed. But why is it not allowed? That is one of the most basic file formats. So let's see, where do we disallow people from updating that file extension? I think here on the file picker, first of all, we can also allow people to select image, and then we can do /JPEG, and we can also go back to Appwrite, and within here, we can go to storage, files, settings, scroll down, and we can add JPEG and press enter and click update. This should allow us to add this file extension, and you can also select others if you want to. Going back to the code, we can give our create one more chance. Let's go to create. Let's once again type something like IG Reel. Let's upload a video. I'm gonna go with this one and upload a thumbnail and select a prompt. Once again, I'm gonna do test and press enter. This time we get the file you're trying to upload is above the limit allowed for your plan. Okay, so the limit is about 50 megabytes for the free plan. So let's try to find something a bit smaller. And while we're doing that, I just noticed one more thing as well. If I click here, you can see that it actually opens up my files as we're using a document picker. And I thought this might be a bit more fitting for videos, but still, videos, images, you want to get them from your gallery, right? So let's use something like Expo Image Picker instead of a document picker. The installation is simple, npx expo install expo image picker. So back in our terminal, npx expo install expo image picker. And the usage will be very similar to what we have with a document picker. We basically import it and we use it as we normally would, but the method is launch image library. And then here we can choose which types of media we want to get. So let's go ahead and copy their example. Go back here. And instead of using this, we can simply override what we have. And let's not forget to import image picker right at the top by saying import image picker from expo image picker. Let's see if we have to import anything else. No, I think that's basically it. And let's see, media types, image picker.mediatypeoptions.all. We don't want to go for all, we want to choose a specific type. So let's say media types, if select type is a string of image, then we'll do image picker media type options dot, I think it's photos or maybe images. Yeah, it's images. You can see only images. Else we can do something like image dot media type options dot videos. No, I don't see it that it autofills it. So we have to make sure that this indeed is the right property to choose. If select type is triple equal to image, then images, else media type options dot, let's see, I don't see that it autofills anything. So let's go back to the docs. Or even better, we can command click right here and see what we can get. All videos, images. Okay, it's as simple as that. For some reason, Visual Studio Code didn't autofill it for me, but it's videos. We are not gonna allow editing. I don't think it's needed. And we can leave the aspect ratio and quality as they are. And let's give it a shot. I'm gonna click upload. And I got an error. And now I can see why it wasn't autofilling videos. I forgot to add the dot image picker instead of image at the start. So now it recognizes only videos. This is great. Let's save it. And let's give it one more shot. And you can choose any of your videos under 50 megabytes. You might want to do some compression online. I have selected one right here, and I'm going to upload it. This video was AI generated, and it looks like Japan. So I'm going to say Japan right here. And I'm going to also upload a thumbnail. There we go. I have uploaded a thumbnail, and we can say something like Japan in spring. Let's say that is the AI prompt that we gave it. Finally, let's click submit and publish and hope for the best. This time we got another error. At least you can see it on my screen here. It says cannot read property of $ID of undefined. So let's search for $ID right here. And we have only one belonging to the user right here. And we are getting the user from our state. So I don't think it's this ID. This one should actually exist. But it also could be some of the IDs coming from Appwrite. Here, if I expand create video, we can search for $ID. And you can see that it could be the new account.id. But this is in create user. Rather, we want to look into create video. Here we have nowhere $ID. What about an upload file? Here we have it, uploaded file $.ID. And do we have any in file preview? I don't think so. So I think it's pointing to this one right here. So as we know that this $ID could be the problem is with uploading a file. And that could be because we switched from document picker to image picker. So this modification we're doing with the assets and the MIME type might not be needed. So just to be safe, let's do a console log where we can console log the file to see what we're getting back. And we can also console log the uploaded file to see how that looks like. And let me just say uploaded in a string right here, just so we can know what this is relating to. And in the above one, I'm just going to simply say file, just so we can easily find it in our terminal. I'm going to save it. And now we have to try to upload one more time. And I will speed this process up for you. There we go. We know that it won't work again, but at least we can see the logs. So let's click submit and publish. And it looks like the uploaded is undefined, but the file above actually has its asset ID. But let's see if it has the MIME type. It does have the type, and it also has the MIME type, which is great. So in this case, I don't think we even need to transform it manually, as both have their own MIME types. So let me just reload our terminal and start it one more time. So what we have to do now is ensure that we pass the asset in the exact right format that Appwrite accepts it in. And it's name, type, size, URI. So let's quickly copy this and let's start forming this asset from scratch. That way you'll even better understand why we were doing what we were doing right here. First of all of these are strings and size is a number like this. We have to add commas and we have to understand where we get all of those values from. But at least that is now noticeable. We know because we have console logged the actual file. So let's search for it thing by thing. First of all, we have file size, which is size right here. So we can say size is file.file size. One down, three more to go. URI, let's see if we have that here. We have it, there we go, URI. So we can say URI is file.uri. Then we have the type. In this case, the type is the MIME type. So let's say type is file.MIME type. And finally, we have the name. The name is the file name. So let's say file.file name. Great. Now we're forming the asset in the format that Appwrite should gladly accept it in. Let's remove those consoles and let me swipe back up from my settings to our app. Let's reload it one more time just to be sure. And let's create. I'm going to speed up this process for you one more time. There we go. And I will press submit and publish. Post uploaded successfully. That is great. Now, if we swipe up to reload, right at the bottom, you'll see a new video that we just uploaded. And what do you say that we show it on top? So let's go to get all posts. And like we have done with get latest posts, simply copy this query and add it right here below video collection ID and remove the limit, since here we want to get all the posts. So we're essentially sorting it by a descending order. That way our new post will appear right on top. JS Mastery posted Japan. We can click on it and we can see the video that I just posted. If you want to, you can also turn your phone around and see it in full quality. Believe it or not, this video was created by AI. So with that in mind, everything is working perfectly. We can see all of our other videos as well and play through them. And after some time, this video gets back to a thumbnail in case you want to replay it one more time. So with that in mind, we have successfully created the create video form. We have had two different file uploads, or should I call them image uploads, because we're picking directly from the gallery, both videos and images. We're creating those files, uploading them to a storage bucket, retrieving their URLs, and finally creating a new document within our Appwrite database. We also have our profile, and you can see immediately that we get this new post in Japan coming directly to our profile. If you want to, you can also modify the order in descending within get user posts right here. That way it will also appear on top. Then you can add a comma, and this time without an array, simply saying query.order descending within the same array right here. We're going to sort it. And if you go back to home or back to profile, you should be able to see Japan appear on top. So now we have successfully created our onboarding, login, and register screens, as well as homepage with two different types of posts, horizontal view, as well as a vertical view, a search page where we can search for different things, as well as a profile page and a create page. And with that in mind, you can see that 3 out of 4 of our screens at the bottom bar have been implemented: home, create, and profile. But bookmark is still empty. And that's for a reason. Going back to our design, you can see this saved screen, which is almost exactly the same as search. So I invite you to implement this page on your own. It will require a small bit of almost everything that we worked on in this video. It will require you to, first of all, add a heart icon within each one of these posts within the homepage. Then, once you click on that heart, it should make an Appwrite update request to add the user's ID that liked that post to somehow mark the post as liked by that specific user. For that, you might want to go to Databases, to Videos, and then there you might need to add additional attributes, such as liked, and that will be a relation to users. So it can be an array of user IDs that have liked that post. Once you have that going, you can make a new fetch that fetches all of the liked posts by the current user, and then you can develop this screen called Saved Videos, where you can show the videos that you fetch. It's not simple, but you can do it if you want to have some more practice. And if you don't want to do it, one thing you can do is just search for bookmark. That's going to be right here within the layout. And we might want to remove or hide this tabs screen as it's currently not functional. So if you do it this way, you can still see this triangle at the bottom right. So to get rid of that, we can just remove this bookmark route as it automatically picks it out. So if you remove it and reload, you can see that now it is gone and you have 3 fully functional apps, leaving you with a fully functional React Native application that is full stack. Amazing job. If this is your first React Native application you have ever coded, well, huge props to you for coming to the end of this video and building it out and learning a lot about what React Native and Expo have to offer. And if this is not your first React Native app, but you still came to the end, congrats, you'll learn how to create a full stack application, learned a lot about the latest and greatest of what Expo and React Native have to offer with file-based routing, Expo AV package for audio, video, image and video uploads, and making the app full stack with Appwrite. If we were on the web, now we would deploy the app very quickly and easily, but the native mobile application game is a bit different. We have to deploy our applications to their respective stores, to Google Play Store if you're on Android, and to Apple Store if you're on iOS. And for that, we have to build out our native source code, create an account on one of these platforms, and get our app out there. If you're interested in learning how to deploy your applications to app stores, let me know down in the comments and download our React Native guide that I mentioned at the start. That way, once we do release a video or a course on that topic, I will let you know via email. Once again, thank you so much for coming to the end of this video and building this app with me. But you should be thanking to yourself actually, because you have invested your time into improving your skills. And that's what matters the most. So once again, great job, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.